We're back from a short recess. Want to first thank my colleagues for being here and making quorum so we can proceed with the people's business. And we're still in the second reading file. We're now on Bill 184-37. Speaker Terlahi, you're recognized.
Mananasiduus, colleagues, and I'd like to move to place Bill number 184-37 COR as amended by the Committee on Health, Land, Justice, and Culture. This was introduced by the Committee on Rules by request of Imaga Hagan Guahan, the Governor of Guam, in accordance with the Organic Act of Guam. It is an act to authorize the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission to sell or lease lots 2453, 2453-1, 2454, 2455, 2457 and 2457-1 in the municipality of Barrigada to the government of Guam at fair market value for use as the site of a new medical complex. And I'd like to move that this bill be placed into the third reading file, and I'd like to speak on that motion.
Please proceed.
In 2019, the legislature passed a law authorizing the financing and construction of a hospital on government of Guam land. The governor's team decided no government of Guam land was acceptable and pursued federal land, Eagles Field, and when the AG did not approve the lease, the administration changed course, and they are now pursuing lands from the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission Land Bank. These lands are reserved to compensate those landowners whose property was returned by the United States but would not be returned to landowners because it was kept for government of Guam uses. Currently, those landowners include the Tizan Airport lands and the Barrigada lands used for National Guard facilities. Potentially includes USO or other lands that are currently in the process of being returned. Bill 184 would authorize the lease of 61 acres from the land bank be negotiated between the governor and the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. As of today, neither the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission or the Department of Public Works has an appraisal or any even solicited an appraisal for this property. The bill proposes a sale. The original bill proposed a sale or lease of the Atacao Crown Eda Agagat property. This is on the back road to Anderson on Route 15. This is outside of the statutory process already authorized to the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission to lease property up to 5 years. Passage of the bill as introduced would bypass legislative review of the lease or sale terms and any financial or in-kind commitments binding the people of Guam for potential federal funding on this property, and would waive any further review of the use of this property by the legislature. All negotiations for sale or lease terms would be between the governor and the Ancestral Lands Commission. Sale of the property out of the inventory removes the Ancestral Lands Commission's ability to further generate revenue for the land bank beneficiaries from that property. Sale would be final, and according to testimony, there are currently 3,000 lots whose owners have to be compensated. And thus it was unlikely that the sale amount would be sufficient to compensate land bank beneficiaries for their loss. The appraisal that Ancestral Lands had submitted to BBMR was I don't think it was a formal appraisal, but their estimate was $6 million in possible revenues for that land. The committee amended the bill to require legislative approval of lease terms longer than 50 years or for a sale. The governor advised in discussions on this bill that if federal funding should be available, it will be available regardless of the location of the medical complex. There are no documents submitted to the committee or in the matrix study which evidence federal funding towards a hospital complex. Matrix estimates that the infrastructure upgrades for this Atacao Crown property on Route 15, or the back road to Anderson, would cost $100 million and would require the construction of a 6-lane highway and traffic signals that would take 2 to 3 years. Corresponding utility infrastructure would take 1 year for design and 2 years of construction for a GPA power substation. GWA recommended a new water storage tank for sufficient pressure, a water pump and well, and upgrades to wastewater. Electricity and transportation infrastructure upgrades must occur before the campus's development, according to Matrix. The bill does not specify funding for the infrastructure. However, the governor confirmed verbally to us that the ARP money would be used for infrastructure. The committee does not have confirmation of the use of those funds or that is an allowable use under ARP, but that's the governor's representation. Just in contrast, the Matrix also did an estimate for EPOW, which for infrastructure upgrades, which would cost $20 million versus the $100 million proposed for this property. According to the medical campus plan prepared by Matrix, construction costs are the highest for this property, this Atacao property, over Eagles Field and over EPOW Point. The medical campus plan states that the estimated cost of developing the new hospital-related medical facilities and the required infrastructure is between $800 million and $1 billion. That's just for the hospital and related medical facilities. Not necessarily, we could not confirm whether that cost estimate also includes a Veterans Administration facility, public health, behavioral health, or assisted living facilities, or the other things on the design. The Department of Public Health and Social Services confirmed during hearings on this bill that they are securing a site in Manila for the CDC lab. In 2020, the Army Corps of Engineers estimated the cost of a new hospital would be $743 million, not including the cost of land or transfers or upgrades to infrastructure. The Department of Public Health testified in the hearings on this bill that there will be no community health center at the proposed medical complex, only offices for the department. Bill number 184 was introduced by the Committee on Rules by request of Imagahagan Guahan. There were 4 separate hearings held on this bill by the Committee on Health, Land, Justice, and Culture. Those proceedings have been recorded, transcribed, and presented in the committee report, together with all testimony received by the committee. And during the same time period, the governor announced in the media a series of her own meetings to discuss the proposed medical complex. But the committee report, we noted that the transcripts from those meetings, documents presented in those meetings, or the comments made during those proceedings were not transmitted to the legislature and thus are not included in the legislative record. And no testimony was submitted by the governor on the bill that she requested. The subject property of this bill totals 61 acres and is agriculturally zoned. I just want to note that Matrix's design for all the buildings that they were going to build at Eagles Field, including the 17 acres of flat parking spaces, total 38 acres. That's all the buildings and the parking footprint, 38 acres. This bill is a total of 61 acres. The Matrix study ranked this Atacao Crown site behind Eagles Field and EPOW Point, noting that EPOW was preferable for travel distance, proximity to arterial roads, distance from clinics and hospitals, power, water, wastewater, construction costs, land use, zoning compatibility. Atacao Crown lands was preferable under the categories of size, property value, I think it means changes to property value, impact, traffic conditions, and future expansion capability. The bill does not contain the plans for the medical campus at Atacao property. It only authorizes the Ancestral Lands Commission to lease or sell the property, and as amended by the committee, only allows the ancestral lands to lease for up to 50 years. Otherwise, it can lease beyond that, or it can sell the property if it discloses the terms to the legislature and gets approval on that. We had requested during the course of these proceedings for any documents that would evidence that the Veterans Affairs Administration, the Federal Veterans Affairs Administration, was partnering with Guam to build a facility on this property, or to confirm whether the government of Guam was building a Veterans Affairs facility or a floor on its own hospital for veterans, or to get confirmation of that. And we really could not get confirmation of any of those. They all seem to be suggestions. Matrix had no details. The only document that we did receive confirms sorry. The one document that had been submitted by the Governor's Community Defense Liaison Office to the Joint Region Marianas was a May 9th, 2023 document requesting funding for a VA state home, as this is a potential veterans project, and that they were requesting federal funding sources. A VA state home, I don't have the definition here, but I think at the hearing we clarified that it's like a home for persons with disabilities or long-term living who could not take care of themselves. Is that right? All right. The bill also provides that GIDA will have cognizance or jurisdiction after the Ancestral Lands Commission property is sold or leased to the government of Guam. Coincidentally, GIDA is also the property manager for the Ancestral Lands Commission, who assists the Ancestral Lands Commission in negotiating for its leases to third parties. The bill proposes the sale of the identified lots at fair market value, or the lease at the fair market value. And as noted earlier, the committee amended this bill to approve a lease up to 50 years at a minimum of the fair market value. The Ancestral Lands Commission, in their resolution, have agreed to allow the surveying and appraisal of the properties. The appraisal is being paid, or the money for the appraisal was transferred to the Ancestral Lands Commission from the Governor of Guam. So she's paying for the appraisal that will be used in their negotiations. However, as I said earlier, DPW, as of today, there is no appraisal that has been solicited. The main access to the property discussed in this bill is Route 15, or the back road to Anderson. The matrix study notes that there is no secondary access to the property. That was one of their concerns. The DLM, the Land Management Director, did testify that there is a proposal to connect Route 15 to Route A through the Atacao Crown lands for secondary access to the property, but that is not in any document. There was drive time analysis performed by Matrix that shows the drive time to Ipao Point was in a 20-minute range for more of the population than to Atacao Crown by 14,000 people. Almost 3,000 more people will not be served within 30 minutes of Atacao Crown or Eda Agaga than Ipao Point. According to Matrix, time from Maleso, Humatec, or Agat would be over 30 minutes to either location. There was testimony at the hearing from the Inalahan and Maleso mayors and residents that suggested that drive time was shorter to the proposed Manilao site than to the current GMH due to traffic. So again, yes, so I've reached my time. I'm trying to give the facts on the bill for the governor's bill, and so I'm open to any questions if there's anything I can help with.
Thank you, Speaker. Anyone else on the main motion on 184? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on Bill 184? Senator San Nicolas, I will acknowledge you at this time. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Speaker. This is the governor's bill, right?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You know, when I was, I keep reminding myself about my past. When I was, first of all, Madam Speaker, if you don't mind, I wanted to say good morning to Caleb. He's in Washington. He's ongoing some chemotherapy, and he sent me a Santa letter. So I'm praying for you out there, son. You come home quickly, get well. Thank you. When I was a kid, I asked my dad, I said, Dad, why do they call that Guam Memorial Hospital? And he said, well, that's because it belongs to the government. And scratched my head again, and I said, why does the government have a hospital? He goes, because when all the clinics close down and whatever else, places that might help our people, the hospital is not only our last resort, but, you know, it's our government's duty to take care of its people. And if everybody else closes down, the hospital is all we have. And got me thinking, you know, when I was, when I was a child, I found out that there are two places that interested me the most, and for the most part in my life, I ended up working on one of them. I've always had a thing about the hospital and the airport. And, you know, you see how pretty the hospital is. You know, I've always found these two places to be very mystical. It's where people come into your lives and where people exit your lives. Just for fun, I used to open up the door at the exit and at customs and watch people fall into each other's arms. It's where you meet people. At the hospital, it's another place where people fall into your arms sometimes when they leave you. And so, could you imagine if we gave the hospital the attention we give to the airport? We make the airport so pretty for all our arriving guests, but we don't take care of the hospital enough for our departing and our arriving citizens. The governor, she goes, Hafa Dwayne, na angin para itaw-tauta, ti malago hamzu, man gui findonkulo. she said, when it comes to our people, why don't you want to dream big? You know, the governor in her time in office did something for us that I thought I would never live to see. One of it was legalizing cannabis for people like me who suffer from chronic pain. That was amazing. I never thought in a million years, you know, as conservative as I am, I never thought that that'd come to pass. And then she also legalizes fireworks. Something I thought never would ever come to pass, but she has. And it'd be nice to actually see a brand new hospital. She actually gave us her, you know, she actually told us that if she would, if we would give her this bill, she would release the funds to get the ball rolling to get us that new hospital. Last Friday, I was actually at the hospital, and some of the nurses say to me, you know, Senator, thank you for actually listening to us. I was there for a small little procedure. I didn't want to take pictures and post it on Facebook, so probably somebody's going to say, hey, we need to get out the corn soup. So esta para po no si San Nicholas. But it was you know, just a minor thing, no cause for alarm. But while I was sitting in the hospital ER, you know, I could go to Naval Hospital. But why should I? I wanted to go to our own hospital. And so I ended up there. Everybody was kind of curious to see why Santa was sitting at the emergency room chair there. People kept coming by, wanted to give me a mask because he didn't want me to catch anything. But I heard from security guards. I heard from nurses. I heard from doctors that were there. And I asked them how true is the condition of our hospital, and they say, you know, Senator, it's time. We need a new hospital. Then I asked one of my colleagues here a couple months back, I said, how long is it going to take to build a hospital? And he remarked, 10 years. 10 years before we see a hospital. I had a boss in customs who would always say funny things like, Matayo papas, I'll die down and I'll never have tried that. I think it's high time we do something real fast about this and urgently and get that hospital built. And I think compromise is what will get us to that place much quicker than having our egos trample on each other and stall this very, very important thing that we are now trying to embark on. So I asked my colleagues' support for this new hospital. Hadzi paraon hongi edzi gubernota ni gini halemo or podi medicos and engin babas in Tenya malago po hatsagui za otuli oficinanya za leknya pohano para sanogu Hadzi pon hongi ni that ta fatutui hafa para imanau liki tauta sa ni za tatutun paguna dia za ta hatsa di spitar para todui i tauta sia hokoka petitiu na para be fatutui esti I tauta para imanau lek niha dan I magovnia. Si Madam Speaker.
Buen provecho, Senator San Nicolas. Anyone else wishing to speak on the main motion on 184? Anyone wishing to speak on 184? Senator Tom Fisher, I'm going to recognize you. Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the governor's bill. I think it is apparent for anyone, even the most casual reader of the Organic Act, would realize that Congress, through the Organic Act, specifically placed the health care of the people of Guam in the hands of the executive branch. Why? And we all know there are two bills which will be competing. Why the Guam legislature feels it's appropriate to insert itself in a conversation about the placement of the hospital is inappropriate. The question why we do that is befuddling. All I can say is that this legislature, the 37th Guam Legislature, seems to have some sort of an imperial streak that leads us to believe that we can control every aspect of the executive branch. I suppose it won't be too long before we'll be reaching into the judiciary. This is not our place, colleagues. It is not our place. The governor of Guam, whoever she or he is or will be, is specifically required to take care of the health of the people of Guam. She, in this case, has made an election, as is her duty, to locate, identify the appropriateness of a place for the new hospital. She has applied her expertise to this question. No one in this body, no one in this room can say that the governor's selection is arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable. It is an absolute function of the executive branch's responsibility and right. This sort of discussion where we are getting way out of our lane and deciding that we ourselves are going to monopolize, take over, liberate from the governor the ability to take care of the health of the people of Guam is inorganic, and it's unconstitutional. If we continue on this path, I foresee a time when we, as a body, will be discussing whether or not the governor's choice of a rug color is appropriate. We are inviting ourselves to get so far in, ma'am? No. We are inviting ourselves along a path where we have no right to tread. The governor has made an election. Again, it is a rational choice. We cannot gainsay it. This is her choice. I think that all of us will adhere, I hope, to, again, our oath, our duty, and legislate. We are not the executive branch. Thank you very much.
Do you have a point of
information?
Yes,
Madam
Speaker, you may
Speaker.
state your point of
Sutis
information.
Masi. Yes. As to the imperial streak and outside of our lane, I just want to cite the AG's opinion when we talked about the Eagles Field lease, and some people made that same. First of all, this land belongs to the Ancestral Lands Commission. They are not authorized to sell it or lease it beyond 5 years without legislative approval. That is squarely within our lane. And when it comes to building a hospital, the AG opinion on March 31, 2023 said, notably in Berdalio v. Baldwin, the legislature may, of course, determine whether a hospital shall exist at all, where and how large it shall be, the size and qualifications for appointment to the governing body, and a wide variety of other matters establishing the laws of Guam, subject to which the governor perform his function with respect to the hospital, but it may not negate the command of the Organic Act that the ultimate responsibility for governance of the hospital be in the governor. The AG opinion also states in Berdalio v. Baldwin, this was a 1989 Circuit case, the question of whether or not to have a hospital can fall within the purview of the Guam legislature. Guam legislature clearly stated in the Guam 21st Century Healthcare Center Act of 2021 and has earlier created by statute the existing Guam Memorial Hospital Oka Point Tamuning facility that the people of Guam shall have its own hospital for their own exclusive use. So it's
Thank you,
squarely
Speaker.
within our responsibility.
Thank you, Speaker.
Your Honor, or excuse me, Speaker, point of order?
I will give you the opportunity for your point of order.
Yes, ma'am. I would ask that the body take down those recent remarks. That was no point of information. That was merely advocacy for a position.
Thank you. Duly noted, Senator Fisher. Anybody else on the main motion of Bill 184? Senator Brown, I will recognize you at this time. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning. I was wondering what to say about this bill, but as I listen to some of my colleagues, I guess I'm formulating my thoughts in my mind of what I've been thinking about with this whole issue and debate with regards to the construction of a new hospital, which I've publicly stated over and over again. I have no objection to the construction of a new hospital or an alternative of how we can upgrade, particularly just the technological needs, and the growth of hospitals that we would certainly need on Guam. But I have to tell you, this whole idea that this whole hospital and the construction of a new hospital is wrapped around the governor of Guam. I don't know if it's our colonial history that makes us kowtow to these type of ideas. But being one of the senior members of the legislature, when we have to be addressing the funding of the hospital, when we are expected by our people to address healthcare issues as well, I look at our current hospital now and where we're at, and certainly I think we all know where we'd like to be and what we'd like to see. But we have a total inability, including this current administration, to effectively operate the existing facility that we have. And I think to be of the idea that if we build the walls and the new structure, that miraculously we're going to get quality health care. We can't get that now. And we were promised, the people of Guam were promised, let's talk about the election and who got elected and who wrote on the issue of their background in health care. And look at the budget hearing that I attended for this budget year. When you ask basic questions like, what do you owe your vendors? Oh, we owe our vendors $30 million. Really? All the money floating around that we're bragging about, all the excess revenue. Don't we hear that? That's a new vocabulary word, excess revenue. Look at all the money falling. Ain't we just grand because we're in office, we got all this money. Wow. Boy, the people of Guam have been waiting all these years just for us to arrive because our magic touch makes it happen. And yet, look at the paper. Look at the news. What medications does GMH not have? Shortage or no shortage? Only now, because of actions by this body, really the leadership had to come out of this body to address the crisis at GMH? Only after did the administration come forward and say, hey, we're going to throw some money in the pot. All this money we've been holding on for so long, while the crisis is before us. While we're still talking about mold, Senator Jesse. I mean, how many months ago did you go up to GMH after the storm? We can't address the mold. And then, oh my goodness, the air conditioning, half a day. Can you imagine in your own home purchasing an air conditioning unit and have it sit in the box? Because we didn't get the electrician to assess or get the wires to connect it. These high-paid administrators, and this is the kind of nonsense they come before this body and the people to justify their ineffectiveness in properly managing a facility. But no, the answer to people is we're going to build a new hospital. We're going to build a whole multi-complex. Let's not kid ourselves. Why is public health in Mangilo sitting up there deteriorating? Only to find out at the public hearing, did the building burn? Was there a fire? We had some smoke. I've been in at the port when the building burned, when it was charred, and we had to go in there and clean up and get that building operational again. When every surface had nothing but smoke damage on it, and still operate and still move and get it renovated and get it moving. But we know why it's sitting up there, because we don't want that operational because we got to build a complex. down the road, while thousands and thousands and thousands of our people are not getting service. From 13,000 a year to 3,000 only. To have employees from public health coming forth and saying not only do they not have the space to barely operate themselves, they don't even have the space to properly serve their clients and give them the privacy they need for the medical care that they're seeking. So when you see stuff like this, it's really hard. It's really hard in my mind to understand this big race that not only do we have to build a hospital, we've got to build a whole complex. And we got to build it way up north away from everybody at an outrageous amount of infrastructure cost, because we got a vision that will outsurvive this administration. And yet the key areas where our people should be serviced at the hospital now and out in the public with public health centers has deteriorated. Am I making this up, people? For those of you that didn't attend that hearing, that's the reality. And it's not just coming from us, it's coming from the officials that serve in these areas, that work in these areas every day. When we can't do that, and we think, oh, only the bigger vision, because we're the only ones, like Dave, that have that big vision. We think big. And if you don't agree with us, you must be thinking very small. When you see and hear this kind of political nonsense that is being brought out here, and then the governor sits up there and wonders why she doesn't have overwhelming support, why her ideas are not overwhelmingly embraced and loved and cherished. Oh my God, this is what the governor wants. Let's bend down and kowtow. When we can't deliver now, the record for the administration on health care, where are we? Where are we, my dear colleagues? Show me the success stories. Show me what's been improved up there at the hospital. I'm waiting, I'm looking, I'm hoping. Maybe at some point I got to start dreaming, because I guess those of us that have a different perspective, oh, we must have very small minds. Look at where we're at today with all this excess revenue. What do our people want? They want a good education for their kids. They want to have good health care. Gosh, even nowadays, they want to have some sense of safety for themselves and their family. They want to be able to afford to live here. Come on, where are we hitting those marks? Tell me. But we have this vision that if we build this new hospital, oh my goodness, maybe we'll name it after somebody. Our people miraculously, oh, healthcare is going to be great, because we think it's these walls, building new walls that are going to make the difference. How we're going to pay for it, how we're going to sustain it, how we're going to ensure we have the professional expertise that's going to be working there, and how are we going to ensure they're going to have the equipment and the medicines they need to take care of our people. Where are we with that now, today, in 2024? Where are we? The fact that the Guam Legislature, honestly, Senator Frank Blas, we had this discussion. Why did we have to initiate that? Why wasn't the administration coming and bringing these issues to light and coming forward saying, hey, we have a crisis situation, and this is what we're doing to address it? Can you imagine being a director of a department and being brought down here and literally dragged through the carpet to be told how to run your agency because you consistently are failing? But we want to believe the praises we get. And yet look at where things are at right now. If we were sailing up there and making sure our people got good health care and say, okay, let's kick it to the next level, but we're not even there yet. We're now year 6. This is year 6. Maybe the first few months, maybe the first year, grace period, need time. They need time to get grounded, need time to get oriented, need time to take the reins. 6 years later, and I've said this before on this floor, anybody right now could have been the governor of Guam and come out with the outcome that we're seeing at GMH. Anyone could have been the governor of Guam right now and seen the outcome of what we have at public health. where less of our people are getting serviced. And what do we do with the leadership there at Public Health 4 years ago? Oh, we have some smoke. Did we get the building assessed? Did we get a master electrician in there and assess the building and determine what needed to be done to correct that issue so it could be safe for everybody? No, what did we do? We abandoned it and we left it there. Did we do anything to ensure that we didn't lose the ability to ensure the programs were still there for our people? Did we go out of our way to get out there in the community and make sure we didn't lose those people? Where are those 10,000 people a year now that are not getting serviced out there, that need that service, that don't have the resources otherwise to get that care or the money to get it? What do we do about that? Now, some people might think, oh, Lana, it's just being political. So, hey, we don't like the governor. We don't like the administration because they're the opposite party. Goodness, we have worked over the aisle with many people. Either you're Democrat or Republican. I think we all know these are critical issues regardless of our party. You think our people would put up with that? But that's their record. I didn't make it up because, I don't like them. What's more disappointing is the expectation was high. And we were made to expect a lot. And yet here we are, 6 years later, and we can't even take care of the basic needs of that hospital. How long ago was the typhoon? I'll tell you, if this was different, if this was a Republican governor up on the Hill, every one of you would be up here doing this, if not more. I've seen it. We get rabid, and we attack. But in this particular case, the reality is there of what we see. And yet we try to gloss over all that and pretend it doesn't exist, because you know what, my people? Don't look here. Because if we build this, look at where we're going to be. If we can't manage and maintain what we have now, how can we expect we're going to get better? At a time when this administration and this leadership will not be in charge. Here and now is what they have to deliver on. And I haven't seen it yet. I had hoped that it would be there because, boy, we needed that leadership and we needed that direction. All the bragging, oh my goodness, when they sat on the board during the Camacho administration, the hospital got accredited. Binay. And now that we're in charge of it all, the hospital and the administration, the entire government of Guam, are we any better off? All of a sudden, we don't care what the doctors want. We don't care what the medical field people want here. We're going to decide. But you know what? If we're expected, and we're also elected by the people, warts and all, to represent the interests of the public, to ensure that, if we're going to make these statements and we're going to say we're going to deliver, that we actually can, and that we have the money, that our people can afford all the dreams we want to give them. But my dear colleagues, when we can't even see that now at a time when we brag about excess revenue, and I'll tell you, when it starts sliding down, and it will, how are you going to pay for it all? How are we going to pay for the dream? I think we all want a lot of things, but can you afford it at the end of the day? We can't do it now. We can't do it now. We got all this federal money sitting that we're holding on, that we've been holding on to for how many years now? And all they can produce are press releases and attacks and press releases and a little more attacks. I wish they'd take all that effort and put it into tangible improvements and benefits that we could actually see at the hospital. Like get those air conditioners hooked up and get that mold addressed. And make sure your vendors are getting paid so you have a line of credit that your vendors want to deliver the medications that are needed by our people. Gosh, the explanations we get, we just work with other vendors. Really? We got a line of vendors just waiting to stand in line to not get paid? What is the same old story? Our people deserve better than this. If I thought it would all get resolved by building the new hospital, I'd be like, amen. Why not? Sounds like an easy route and we can all take credit for it. Wow. I think, it's not the talk, it's the doing, it's the action, it's the reality of where we're at. And if they cannot, this administration cannot deliver now when they're at the helm to manage the hospital, manage our public health centers, how are we somehow going to expect that their grand idea of a medical complex that they now want to take ancestral lands to build on is going to miraculously address all our health care needs, and that our people should feel safe? It's really hard to buy this story when this is where we're at, unfortunately, Madam Speaker. So with that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Brown. Anyone else on the main motion? Anyone else on the main motion? Senator Parkinson, I will recognize you at this time, and then Senator Tidegui, did you raise your hand? Okay. Senator Parkinson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've thought long and hard about this hospital business. In my time talking to people just around the island, the sentiment I've seen is that to the average Guamanian, they don't really care where a hospital is built, as long as one is built. And the more I go along this process, the more I share that sentiment. Throughout this process, I have heard 3 different proposals for how we can address the hospital. First, let's have one in Mangilao. Second, let's have one in Tamuning. And the third, let's buy one from a rich local businessman that already exists and just move in. I think all of those solutions are valid. And I think all of those solutions have problems. That being said, what is plaguing the legislature and the island in general is our refusal to choose. Once we choose one, regardless of the validities or the problems, we deal with it, and we handle it, and we commit to the process, because this process is not quick. It is a multi-year process. And by us being hamstrung here for 6 years now, all we're doing is delaying the start of a lengthy process even more. Of all the 3 viable solutions, the governor clearly wants Mangilao. And kudos to my colleague, Senator Fisher, for mentioning that this is the call of the executive. He is absolutely correct. And so, what we really need to ask ourselves as a body and as a society is, do we want this hospital started in the next 2 years, or do we want this started in 2028? Why 2028? Because the Gov clearly wants the hospital where she wants it. And if the legislature will not support her in that, then there is no point in these conversations. Let's just pack up this conversation till 2028, because we're going to have to wait for a new governor. This legislature is going to have to wait for a new governor that comes correct. Otherwise, we are never going to get the hospital built. And if we're going to do that, let's own it. Let's own that we're going to shut down hospital negotiations until we get our way. We get it into Mooning. Or else we get a new governor that'll give it to us. If that's what we're going to do, fine, then let's do that as a body. But that's not what I choose. I can't wait till 2028. I can't wait till 2026 for a new governor to get elected, to be sworn in 2027, to fight to get it on the agenda all year because, you know, this legislature, nothing ever goes smooth with us. And then maybe, if this is the best governor we've ever had since sliced bread, maybe it gets on the agenda in 2028. And maybe we just start to get our act together by 2030. That's what we're saying if we reject the governor's proposal, that we are willing to wait until the end of the decade rather than work with her. And if that's what we're doing, let's own that. But I can't wait. I have a baby girl coming. I'd like her to have a hospital. I'd like her to have a hospital as she grows up and not have to be dependent on flying off island for our medical needs. And I'd like everybody's children to not have to fly off island to address their medical needs, because some people can't. Some people don't have that privilege. And so it is our duty to make sure that they can access those services here at home. And by fighting this, by saying that we know better than the governor, we're going to do the executive branch's job for her, well, all we're just saying is we don't want a hospital till the end of the decade. And so I can't wait. I can't. I'm going to support this bill. I'm going to support any bill that tries to erect a hospital as quickly as possible. And by supporting the governor's bill, I believe that is the quickest way to getting a hospital erected. Yes, there are validities to the governor's plan. Yes, there are huge problems with her plan. But that will be true of any site we select. So let's make a decision. Do we want to build a hospital now? Or do we want to drag our feet as a legislature and wait till the end of the decade? I can't wait, and I hope my colleagues can't wait as well. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
Si Zuzma, si Senator Will Parkinson. Anyone else on the main motion? Senator Chaidagui, I will recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues. You know, first I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that it does stay in the record the comments made by our Speaker, Speaker Terlahi, with regards to what she was quoting that was legitimate, a legitimate opinion. That should stay in the record. I just hope, I know you didn't have any objections to that, Madam Speaker, or called that it be stricken out. Because the last time I checked, there are 3 branches in this government. That is recognized in the Organic Act of Guam, 3 branches. And they're used for the checks and balances for this government. Checks and balances. Let's remember that. Transparency, accountability. Now, whether we want to work together, those branches of government, is another story. Madam Speaker, when I ran in 2018, I ran on the platform of a new hospital. The first legislation I introduced when I was elected in the 35th Guam Legislature was a task force to look at building a new hospital, a task force to also address the current hospital as we move toward that. The governor didn't want to sign this bill, a simple bill that would actually bring all the stakeholders to the table. Our medical community, this body, the average constituent, the administration, the agencies, all to come together and work on this together. That didn't happen. She decided to do it her way. And for us, we all took the highway, is what she pointed in the direction for everybody else who wanted to be involved, because they know the importance that it's time to build a new hospital and the time is now. That was in the 35th Guam Legislature, Madam Speaker. But instead what she does is has her own group of people that she wanted in a task force. That didn't include us. But I wasn't going to let that happen. I was going to still be involved. I showed up at those meetings. It was on Zoom during the time. I know that Speaker's office, as a chairman of health, also made an effort to listen in on what was going on. But of course, we weren't invited to be part of the task force, just to stand in the sidelines and watch. So the people of Guam, this is the kind of governor that we have. The highway or her way or the highway. Making deals with certain sectors in this body to get their vote. No matter if it hurts our community or takes the safety away from our children in this community by passing certain laws. Just to win somebody's vote. That's the kind of government, administration that we're looking at today. Shame. I don't know how many times I've had to say that in the 3 years that I've been here. Shame on this administration. If you look at the logic of these two bills that we're going to be heard today, you look at the cost of the government of Guam, the burden, the shouldering of this amount that's going to be placed on our children, our grandchildren, even our great-grandchildren, that by time we try and pay this off, our hospital, it's already time to build a new hospital, because it's already showed in the Army Corps of Engineers that hospitals usually only last for about 45 to 50 years before it needs to be major overhaul or a new hospital be made or be built. Here we're trying to build a 21st century healthcare facility. I call it the Taj Mahal. There is no doubt that our people deserve the best healthcare. There is no doubt. We have been working on that for years. But when they say, if we build it, they will come, it's been proven by our own physicians on this island. That's not the case. That is not the case. If we need specialists, we have the opportunity now with technology on telemedicine. But we don't need a Taj Mahal to be able to speak to somebody on telemedicine in an elaborate ballroom social hall to get the care we need here. It's the cost. My dear colleagues, the cost. And this is where the checks and balances come into play. Can we afford it? Is it feasible? Every single person on this island, when they look in their checkbook and make any kind of payments at all, they say, okay, can I afford this? I apologize. I forgot to put my ringer on. I'll pay the fine. Okay. But can we afford this? Absolutely not right now. We are seeing an exodus, my dear colleagues, an exodus from this island. And if anything that's growing in population here, it's the military. Are they expanding their hospital? Because doggone it, they should. We know they're helping out the VA by renting space over at GMRC. They're making efforts. But we need to live within our means, else we will lose everything. How many times have you seen people purchase things they can't afford, later on it's repossessed? Or they put themselves in a predicament where they lose everything. Not just what they purchased, but everything. Do we really want to do this to the next generation? We're not going to be here in the next 5, 10 years, or maybe some of us will, the younger ones might, others will retire. But it's our responsibility today to be responsible. For the sake of all those votes that you received from the people of Guam who entrusted you to make the right decision. Please remember that. It's not, okay, sign my bill and then I'll vote for your bill, or make deals on the sideline that has nothing to do for the best interest of this island. Please, people, think of that. Let's also think about ancestral lands. All those individuals that came out here to protest on the Eagles Field. That bill didn't pass, luckily. Now we're looking at Crown's property. The answer, let me tell you one thing. If we sell the land, if Ancestral Lands sells the lands to the government of Guam, you're looking at about 12 million. They haven't done the appraisals for this, and they're supposed to get 2 appraisals. About 12 million. If they lease the land, based on the appraisal amount and a certain percentage of 8% to 7%, you're looking at 50 years will be $44 million on leasing it. I'm sure this is going to generate money if they lease it. It's better off to lease it, if you ask me. And I'm sure they're looking at some funds coming in. But I can tell you, every single person whose land was taken away, either through the military lands, Tiden, airport, lands that were taken away, they want land back. That's more precious to them than a few dollars. Because the roots that were stripped from them can be rebuilt with the family they have today and their children, to build roots on land and start again, so that someday they can say, we are from Manila. My grandfather got this land, and now my children will have this land, and it will go on for generations. That's what's more precious to the people, is land. And the opportunity for these Crown lands to be put in a lottery, instead of getting funding for lands that will never be brought back to them, they have an opportunity to have land. Land, the most precious commodity on this island. And here we are, just ready to take it away and give pennies on the dollar or lease it, and they still have not addressed how these funds will be generated. But I can tell you one thing, the opportunity for putting these Crown lands into a lottery for those people whose land were taken away is real. It is an opportunity. Let's not forget that. Most important thing of all in deciding on this bill. The last thing is, it may cost the government quite a bit of money. And if you think that, oh, well, we'll just build the hospital first and then later on build the behavioral wellness center, the veterans clinic, that's not true. Why are you going to purchase so much property if your intentions are not to really build this Taj Mahal of a healthcare facility? We know once it goes this direction, it's going to happen that way. But did anybody stop to think about the cost of the private sector the healthcare community that supports the hospital, that takes care of our people, the millions and millions of dollars that were spent in an area to support where the hospital is today, and how much it's going to cost them to move their facilities, and most especially, how many of them are going to give up and say, that's it, I'm done. Honey, let's pack up and move somewhere else and take my healthcare clinic somewhere else. Sell it off. We stand to lose physicians because of this. I'm hearing already certain buildings are being put up for sale. Certain healthcare facilities are being put up for sale. If this bill does not pass, at least we have a fighting chance to keep what we have here today on our island. So we really, really need to put your conscience into this. And you definitely have to remember why you were voted into this body. The interest of the people of Guam, not just one person who says it's my way or the highway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sejusmasi, Senator Taitukwi. We're going to have to take a 1-minute recess for audio equipment, and then we'll hear from the Vice Speaker. 1-minute recess. We're back from recess. Audio's been fixed. So we're continuing on Bill 184. The Vice Speaker, you are recognized.
Sejusmasi, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this measure. And before I start my official presentation, I just want to note to you and my colleagues for the record that the biasness I have about Guam Memorial Hospital is because I literally was raised there. My mother, the late Ann Munya, literally had more than 60 years at the Guam Memorial Hospital, from its original hospital after the war to her death, literally, after working many decades as an employee, rising up to the ranks and even being a chairperson to the board of directors of GMH, pastoral care and taking care of the hospital chapel for many, many decades was also in her heart. So I wanted to make sure that I brought that up to my colleagues. Madam Speaker, I've been spending these past several months listening to our community, to our constituents, and engaging with stakeholders over what is the best plan to move past our current healthcare offerings. Today, the Guam Memorial Hospital is not in the shape to meet our needs. We all know that, let alone our island's needs in the future. We all know the troubles there, the deteriorating facility, the inadequate parking, the constant erosion from salt spray. Today, Madam Speaker, our public health and social services is decentralized, and even years after a fire causes important government programs to disperse. And just recently, Department of Public Health and Social Services workers testified to this body that their clients are still confused as to where they have been rehoused to. Madam Speaker, colleagues, today our veterans have an inadequate community clinic and a lack of specialty care. Some are waiting weeks to see a doctor. Some wait for months to plan off-island appointments. And despite the best efforts from our hospital and public health staff, despite a lot of empathy from our federal partners, we in government, Madam Speaker, we in government need to do better for our island people. And that is where this Madam Speaker, and another measure on our agenda comes in to literally determine the way forward, to begin the process that will end in generational change for the better. That answer, Madam Speaker, isn't so easy to determine. As much as we would like to consider only black and white issues, but after countless meetings and conversations, I'd like to share some of the things I'm considering, and I'm thinking of course, about the financial requirements of this and the alternative site. But I'm also thinking about what investments will be longer lasting. Which potential dollar used will our island still be benefiting from 10, 20, or 50 years from now? It's obvious that we should consider what proposals are practical needs and which are optional wants. But Madam Speaker, I'm also considering what limitations we always end up settling for and what quality services we deserve, but we never complain about not getting. Colleagues, my colleagues, a good plan might be better in the short term. It may be more affordable, it may be accomplished quicker, and it may be easier to achieve. But I ask you, but does that mean that our people should be denied a better option or even the best option? Should a reservation to work harder be the reason we settle on a solution with no potential for growth? Should we settle for a cheaper solution because it would be easier to find the funding for it? Should we choose a site that can address one of our healthcare problems at the expense of the others? For me, Madam Speaker, even if it may be hard for all to understand, I am leaning toward a more hopeful, a more complete solution. Yes, it may require tough work. We may need to be more diligent in our oversight, and I am confident that this body has shown it does not shy away from hard work. And we will actively watch over this government to better inform the public of its actions. There's a future that we can live in if we allow our government to plan for a medical campus. It is one where primary, urgent, and emergency health care are all in close proximity. It's a future with room to grow, to meet needs we can't foresee, to take advantage of opportunities that we won't predict. This healthcare complex won't be finished, Madam Speaker, under this governor. The full expansion won't be finished under the next governor. And there will probably be more room for the governor after that to bring their own executive influence to this site. So, my support for this measure is not tied to any support for this administration or any Magahaga. It's because in my heart, truly, Madam Speaker, I think it's the strategy that we need for the future. And when done right, it'll result in the quality of health care our people deserve. I know there is a competing measure on this agenda, and I'm asking my colleagues to at least allow this bill, or both bills, a full up and down vote at the end of this session. And before I end, Madam Speaker, I did have a question for the Oversight Chair, and I don't know if it's you or, it has to do with Ancestral Lands Commission, and if I can state the question first, Madam Speaker. When the last time the Ancestral Lands Commission earned revenue through a lease, you know, when was the last time the Ancestral Lands Commission earned revenue through a lease or sale of property in their inventory? And how much is currently available to compensate those eligible for aid through the Guam Ancestral Land Commission?
Titus Masi, Vice Speaker. Speaker Terlai, do you yield to the question?
Yes, I would yield to that question as the Oversight Chair of Ancestral Lands. We did have an oversight hearing of the Ancestral Lands Commission on one of the days that we had a hearing on this bill so that we could flesh that out. And so they testified, they are actually not authorized by law to sell any of their property. So they have been authorized to lease, and they are under current leases. I think you read in the newspaper, they're actually owed for some of their current leases in the millions of dollars. However, they do have 11 million in the land bank, it's called. That's their cash inventory. That's the money that if that will be distributed together with any money that they receive according to this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I may, maybe just for perspective and to be inclusive and bring parity across for everything that has happened in the past, I would like to make a motion at this time just so the public can be made aware of our respective records. In a session convened by this body in September of 2021, the Guam Legislature voted unanimously to authorize $600 million to build a health care center. And to be clear, this law, codified as Public Law 36-56, calls for the construction of a health care campus, a plan intended, according to the legislature, to include all healthcare agencies of this government. That includes all the healthcare agencies in the government of Guam. So, of course, GMH, Department of Public Health and Social Services, and Behavioral Health. And I just think, Mr. Speaker, that it is appropriate and fair for our people to know that the members still serving in this body voted for this vision or for a vision. And so I just, for record's sake, I move for Bill 126-36, and I know I'm correct because I had my staff research it, be appended to the digest for this bill, only to give the perspective of what was voted, and it can be done. So it's just a motion to append that public law, that codification to this bill for record. So there's a motion. I know it's not debatable, but I'm asking that it be appended to the record, if it's okay. And then I will close and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Vice Speaker, on the motion to append Bill 126-3.
No, 12. Let me get it right. So it's it's 121-36. It's the 36th Guam Legislature because we're in the 37th.
On the motion to add Bill 121-36, you don't want to add the public law?
No, yeah, but it was codified, but it was,
okay.
so I just wanted to append it for the record.
So on the motion, is there any objection?
To the journal.
The public law or the bill, Vice Speaker?
We can have legal do the technical corrections to make sure that it's the right journal, the right bill, but it is 121-36, and it was unanimously passed and voted on.
Let's take a moment's recess for some clarification. We're back. So again, the motion, Vice Speaker, did you want to restate your motion?
To clarify, to be clear, the voting record, Madam Speaker, to be fair, the voting record of
On the
121-36.
motion to append the committee report for Bill 184-37
Voting record.
with the voting record for Bill 121-36, is there any objection? Append it to the committee report for Bill 184-37. So again, the motion, colleagues, is to append the committee report for the bill
No,
we're
the
currently
voting
discussing.
sheet,
Yes,
the
I got
voting
Vice.
record.
So we're gonna add the voting sheet to the committee report for this bill.
Yes, sir,
Thank
the
you.
voting sheet, thanks.
On the motion, is there any objection? Okay, seeing none, motion passes. Vice Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have to make the tough decisions. Mr. Speaker, I was in Puerto Rico looking at a veterans hospital that was built in 1968. And when I saw it, I was in awe of how brand new it still looked. And the veterans hospital that the Veterans Affairs built, the new one, 10 years ago, and both of them still look brand new. And I know that may be a far dream to reach, but I know that if we collaboratively work together and look at the intent of what we did, even in previous legislatures, I think that we can accomplish this building of a hospital for our people of Guam. Maybe not, hopefully before the end of my lifetime. So, Sizus Masi, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this Measure 184. Saina Masi.
Sidus Masi, Vice Speaker. On the main motion, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the main motion? On the main motion, colleagues, anyone else wishing to speak on the bill? Going once. On the main motion. Anybody wishing to speak on the bill? Again, if there's no one who wishes to speak on the main motion, I'll turn it over to the Speaker for the close. On the main motion, no one wishes to speak? Okay. Speaker Terlai, you're recognized.
Thank you again to all my colleagues for the debate on the bill. And I think this is the goal of what we're going to do on both of these bills is we're just going to have to do our jobs. And I want to commend those who believe that this is their job, to be here, lay out the facts, do cost-benefit analysis, listen to testimony, and weigh the decisions that the people of Guam are counting on us. They're not looking to us to hide our heads in the sand and close our eyes and say, whatever you say, we will do. That's not how this is supposed to work. We are a legislature. And I really wonder, what are we doing here if it's not in the authority of the legislature? Even the governor recognizes she cannot take land out of the ancestral land bank. That would violate law. Even she recognizes if she wants to take land out of the Chamorro Land Trust, she needs legislative approval. If she wants to do a lease over 5 years, she needs legislative approval. So thank you to my colleagues who recognize that this is how we work together. We work together by doing our job to its fullest. And we represent those people who are counting on us to do just that. As chair of the Committee on Health and Land, I concur 100% that a new hospital is urgent. We ruled out long ago trying to rebuild the current building, and we were going to build new. That's a consensus in our community that we should celebrate. We all agree. And so for any senator in here to imply that somebody wants to take long, I think they're ignorant. Where were they when we were voting to finance in the $1 billion worth of financing or more for a new hospital? And we allowed lease back on the land and other options on government land. That was back in 2019. And what I would have, and we even set up a committee, as one of my colleagues referenced, a committee so that that process, our billion-dollar new hospital, would be transparent. That's all we asked. We gave the land, the authority, the financing. But that's not what happened. The committee met a couple times and then decided not to meet anymore. So all the other decisions were not made by a committee, they were made by different individuals. And that's why the hearing process was quite difficult. Because we had some things not in writing anywhere, even to this day, how the decisions were made. So I am here trying to be objective, and I tried to be objective through this whole process. But what I would have really appreciated was full transparency. But instead of full disclosure, there were separate meetings with speculation in many instances, not part of the public record that we are going to rely on, or we are called by our duty to rely on public record in making our decisions. That's what I'm going to base my decisions on. The facts, as I can detect them, and the places where there are no real facts. One of the most disappointing admissions in this process was by the GMH facilities manager, who was elevated to operations manager or another position by the governor. And when we asked him, why have you not taken care of these CIP projects since we were talking about them in 2018 or 2019 until now? And he said, because we were concentrating on the new hospital. And they want to talk about dreams. Well, do we have to dream in order to get our current hospital to operate efficiently, to be repaired for the next 5 years, as was already told us by Army Corps? While we build a new hospital, can we do both? Can we, the government of Guam, do both at the same time? That was the mandate. That was the expectation, that the fiscal teams, all the PR teams, all the management teams were going to focus on the current hospital and build a new hospital. There's no reason we can't do that. We've received inconsistencies in testimony compared to the matrix study, which you hear me cite a lot because it's one of the few documents we actually have where facts are laid out as opposed to speculation. And so some of the testimony that we have received from the agencies is contradictory to the matrix study. That's one of the things that happened during these hearings. Another thing that happened was some of the testimony completely changed from one hearing to another, or one public out there meeting to what we hear in here. That's another thing we had to deal with. And some things were just never disclosed. But I am doing my best, and I am so grateful to my colleagues who come in here and do their best to work with the governor to build a new hospital, to lay out the facts, to do the cost-benefit analysis, to authorize land transfers legally. Who attend the hearings, listen to all the testimony, read the committee reports, read the matrix studies. It's not us who's been dragging our feet since 2019. And I believe that we can proceed to build this hospital with our current governor. I want to see that happen, and I think it should happen. There should be no excuse why it should not happen. But the facts show us that it's going to take maybe 3 years for infrastructure alone. Army Corps estimated the construction of a new hospital is going to take at least 5 years, at least, after infrastructure is addressed. So we should begin. We should begin after this session. And I believe, as one of my colleagues stated earlier, there is no perfect decision because there may be issues with both properties, but we're going to do the best that we can. We're going to make the best decision we can based on the facts that are before us, based on what we know, what we could gather, and based on who we represent, the people of Guam. So thank you again to my colleagues, and thank you for the hard decision that you're going to have to make on this bill.
Madam Speaker, are you going to move the bill?
Sure, I already did, but I'll repeat my motion to move the bill to the third reading.
On that motion, to put it in the third reading voting file, are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, motion carries. We are now on Bill 185. We are now on Bill 185. Senator Chris Barnett, I will recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to motion to place Bill number 185-37LS, introduced by myself, Senator Chris Barnett, an act to add a new subsection 83-117, Chapter 83, Title 12, Guam Code annotated relative to requiring any new hospital constructed pursuant to the Guam 21st Century Healthcare Center Act of 2021 to be constructed on Lot 5173-1-R2 new-R7, Lot 5173-1-R2 new-7, and Lot number 5173-1-R2 new-6 in the municipality of Timoning. And I'd like to discuss the measure, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues and to the people of Guam who are watching this very important and historic session. The debate has been very hot this morning, so hot that our fire alarm just went off a few minutes ago. And I honestly didn't think that this day would come so soon. I remember last year when the governor's measure was introduced, and we were recently called out by the administration in an interview that said there was no action taken on the governor's bill, which we just discussed, but I beg to differ because we attended so many hearings on this issue of the construction of a new hospital. And so there has been action. And the people of Guam want to see more action. People I talk to are tired of us talking about this issue. So I just ask my colleagues that we discuss and debate this measure, we vote all the bills up and down, and move forward. The bill, let me just go over what the bill does. There were some good amendments in the committee. The bill obviously mandates that we build at EPAL Point, and it also authorizes the governor to enter negotiations with the Chamorro Land Trust for the sale or lease of these lots, which all three lots total 38 acres. There's also, it was amended in committee, Section 4, compatibility and efficiency with adjacent facilities. The hospital and any other healthcare facility shall be built and designed to complement the reverence of the Naftan Manenata Shrine, authorized in Public Law 33-204, and to incorporate patients' access to the healing cliff line view as intended by the original landowners, the Francisco D. Perez family. I know there was a press release that had come out of Adelup last night at 8 p.m. that alluded to the possibility that constructing the new hospital at EPAL Point would somehow jeopardize the Naftan shrine, that would somehow jeopardize the Sagan Couture and Chamorro, and I beg to differ with all due respect. The Naftan shrine it's enshrined in law, and it's safe. And on the subject of Sagan Couture and Chamorro, the bill was also amended to add a new section 5. Design and construction of the new hospital shall include construction of water, power, sewer, and telecommunications. Power to the people at the Chamorro Cultural Center, Sagan Couture and Chamorro. So that's what the bill does. And I just want to go over, a whole lot has happened since we started discussing this issue, and a whole lot of attacks have been levied. We have been called not visionary. In an interview with KUAM News just a few weeks ago, the governor's spokesperson quoted, "I want to encourage the people of Guam. I want to encourage the members of the 37th Guam Legislature to stop being short-sighted, to think beyond today's needs." I don't think it's fair for them to call us short-sighted when they are blind to the problems of today. They also say, we can't build at Ipoh Point because there's no room for expansion. It's too small, they say. Again, I respectfully beg to differ. GRMC is built on 7.9 acres. Over in Hawaii, as we heard in testimony on this bill, the Kapiolani Women's and Children's Hospital sits on 4.8 acres, and they're currently expanding to 250 beds and 300 parking slots. The Honolulu Medical Center sits on 5 acres. The current Guam Memorial Hospital footprint is 5 acres. And so again, when they say there's no room for expansion, I respectfully disagree. And I'll tell you what our people think. Our people don't think we should be in the expansion business. When we can't even handle the basic healthcare needs of our island, it's tragic, it's disappointing, it's heartbreaking that we were told that if we elect a nurse, our healthcare troubles would disappear. And they've only gotten worse. There are some in our body who argue that we're stepping on the governor's toes. We're stealing her authority. We're driving outside of our lane. They argue that the Organic Act gives the governor the authority to care for our health care. And unfortunately, the governor and the lieutenant governor have failed in that responsibility. Some of my colleagues have argued here today that maybe we need a new governor. I would counter, maybe we need new senators. Because some of the senators we have in this body know how they're going to vote before they even see the bill. And that doesn't benefit the people of Guam. They also say that Ipoh Point is too small because our population is growing. That just doesn't make sense to me, because we have had many friends and family leave our island, leave their home to seek better opportunities elsewhere, because our government has failed to deliver those opportunities to our people right here at home. So when the administration says the population is growing, I wonder which population are they talking about? Because the only population that's growing, that's going to be growing, is the military population. And the civilian population associated with the military buildup. And I understand what the governor is trying to do with the medical complex. I commend her for her efforts. But there's just too much uncertainty. There's a lack of clarity. We met with the governor last year in good faith because I wanted to hear more information. Sadly, we didn't get that information. But what we did get was the governor telling us that no matter where we build the new hospital, no matter where we build the medical complex, the federal funding will follow. Some have said, Chamorros can dream. Hungen, sinya masueno donkulu. You can dream big. But our people are dreaming right now because our healthcare reality is a nightmare. And that's the truth. They say don't build into Muning because it's too congested. But the matrix study shows that the EPA point site is accessible from multiple points. The matrix study shows that the EPA point site will serve more of our population than the governor's proposed location. Our healthcare is in a state of emergency. I believe building at EPA Point is the quickest, most prudent way to meet our people's desperate healthcare needs. We know the state of the Guam Memorial Hospital. There's a press release that had come out of Adelup last night again that asked the question, why should we limit ourselves? Why should we limit ourselves? This is what our people are saying about limiting ourselves. Our people out there are saying we can't even manage and maintain the Guam Memorial Hospital. And yet we are asking for their permission to build a $1 billion medical complex out in the middle of back road. And it's not about limiting ourselves. It's about making sure we deal with what's on our plate. And so when we talk about dreaming big, we have to be careful to make sure that our head doesn't stay in the clouds. It's going to be cheaper to build at EPA Point. And one of my colleagues had argued today that cheaper isn't always better. But while building at Attica will require $100 million of precious ARP funds, building at EPA Point requires an infrastructure upgrade to already existing power, water, and sewer in the area. And that upgrade will only cost us $26 million. Some Southerners have expressed support for the Edda-Agaga proposal. But again, I'm going to say that these same Southerners who are crying for improvements in healthcare are the same people who have been let down by this administration. You cannot tell, rather you should not tell the people in the South that you're going to build a hospital for them that's on the back road to Jigo. That's like me telling the people of Jotnia that I'm going to build them something for them up in Dedido. It just doesn't make sense, especially when we have failed to invest in the healthcare facilities that serve the people of the South that are actually located in the South. And those are the improvements that this body is dedicated to deliver. We have legislation in the works. We've had hearings on these public health community centers. I don't know what we're going to do here today. I don't know if we're going to pass both of these measures, or I don't know if both of them are going to fail to pass. But whatever happens, as long as we do our job, I think we can move forward as a body. And so, as I've always said, the facts favor EPOW. While we have looked for facts concerning Edda Agaga, unfortunately, those facts have been slow to know in coming. And so when it comes to making an informed decision, I think we have the information about the EPOW Point location in front of us. And they have tried everything to discredit this location that the Matrix study said was the highest rated location outside of Eagles Field. They said there's billions of little fire ants. They said there was a fault line. They produced a hastily received letter from a bond council that said financing would be difficult to maintain. But the Chamorro Land Trust had told us in previous hearings that they wanted to lease this property commercially. And so something's not right here. And so if we move forward with this bill and we do build at EPOW Point, I think we're going to see a lot of these issues disappear, like the little fire ants. We heard testimony that there were billions upon billions of little fire ants, and we brought the guy in from Department of Agriculture, and he said, hey, you know what happens to little fire ants at a construction site? When you clear everything and you construct, they disappear. So that wasn't an issue. And the fault line was never an issue until we started discussing the viability of EPOW Point as a location. And so whatever happens today, whatever we decide about the future of our people's health care, I just hope that we get the support from the administration to move forward on it. 3 years to put in infrastructure at Atacao. And when you look at what the governor has said on the record about the funding, we don't know where she's getting the money. Is it from DOD? Is it from Congress? When we're talking about $800 million, I think that's going to take an act of Congress. And that means we could be 8 to 10 years away from completing construction at Atacao. And I believe that we can build faster at EPOW, we can build better, and we could deliver our people's future healthcare needs much sooner than any other location. And so, my colleagues, I ask for your support on this measure. Sijus Masi, Madam Speaker.
Sijus Masi, Senator Barnett. On Bill 185, oh, I'm sorry, audio did bring to my attention. They are continuing to have some issues with our audio. So we're gonna take a break for lunch and allow them to fix it, hopefully once and for all. So we'll take a recess. Is there any objection to coming back about 1:30? Until 1:30. Recess until 1:30. Sijus Masi. Good afternoon, colleagues. The Iminatrantation Legislature in Guahan is back in session. We're continuing on Bill number 185-37 LS. Senator Barnett concluded his intro of the bill. So on the bill, as amended by the committee, is there anyone else who'd like to be recognized on the bill? Senator Fisher, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to my colleagues. I'm looking at Bill 185 and comparing it to Bill 184. And if I could just iterate a little bit of the evolution of 185, this bill was introduced in a somewhat different form. When it came before the committee for hearing, the bill identified no particular property in the village of Tamuning, and in fact didn't even tell us, which might sound a little silly, but it never told us where the village of Tamuning was. We think we know where the village of Tamuning is, but we don't have the legal description. Fortunately, in committee, it was amended, so specific lots were identified. 5173-1-R new, et cetera, and so forth. So the bill originally came out unsupported by vital information, and was fortunately amended in committee. Now, in fact, we do know what the property is that is being discussed. I also note that Bill 184, which we discussed this morning, was introduced on October 11th, 2023. Bill 184 is well thought out. Bill 184, you know, it ticks all the boxes. It tells us where the hospital will be, and it is a thoughtful bill. If we juxtapose 185 against what was thought through on Bill 184, we see that Bill number 185 was introduced 48 hours after the governor's introduction through the Committee on Rules of Bill 184. I would submit to the body that Bill number 185 is not offered in good faith. Bill 185 was offered in order to block the executive branch's appropriate consideration of the place for the hospital. A conclusion that we can draw from that is that the gubernatorial election of 2026 is well and clearly underway. The bill is 185 rather, is entirely political in nature and is not serious. Now, I hope the author will submit to a question, ma'am.
Please state your question.
Thank you. Does the author believe that this bill complies with 2 Guam Code annotated 2107 Bravo?
Could you please read the statute if you have
Yes.
it?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Or at least the part you're referring to.
I'm sorry?
The part that you're referring to.
2107B, 2 Guam Code annotated. No bill authorizing the transfer of land or leasing of land may be considered by the legislature on the 3rd reading unless accompanied by 2 appraisals on all land concerned appraised for highest and best use. So in other words, the bill as offered is illegal. It cannot be passed by the body, since I believe, and the reason I believe that is because I have received no appraisal. So, ma'am, having read a portion of the relevant statute, I would ask my friend whether or not he believes 2 Guam Code annotated 2107 Bravo has been met in his bill. If so, please explain.
Would the author yield?
Yes, ma'am. The bill can be amended to address the senator's concern. Thank you, ma'am.
So I would take that to mean, ma'am, that the author does not believe that the bill as offered is currently.
Ma'am, may I just?
Ma'am, I have the floor. Thank you, sir. I would take that to mean that the author agrees that 2107B, which is a necessary prerequisite, has not been met, and therefore unamended, and we don't know that it will be amended, is simply not doable. Now, I offer that fact, and a fact it is, as a further illustration of the bad faith submission of this bill. The author could not have been bothered to look at the relevant law affecting this bill and affecting all of us here on Guam. Bills, as we author them and offer them, must certainly be thought through. Relevant law must be addressed so that when a bill is submitted to the legislature for consideration, we don't have to go through a vexatious process of fixing errors which were evident at the birth. I think I will conclude my remarks, ma'am, by just reiterating what I said earlier. This bill is designed to block an executive branch, a proper execution of executive branch authority, and it is offered in bad faith. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Senator Fisher. On the bill, as amended by the committee, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the bill? Senator Paris, on the bill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank all the community that came out to testify regarding the future location of our hospital, one that has proven to be divisive. But despite these divisions, I think that it's important to express that we are in a unique position and a crossroads in deciding not only the future location of our hospital, but our health care. As I've stated before, my vision for healthcare for Guam is one that increasingly becomes less reliant on acute care and more on preventive care and the focus on wellness of our community. In making the decision of where to build our new hospital, which I believe is urgent and timely based on the current availability of federal funds and the state of our current one, we must also consider the opportunity cost to create a healthcare system that serves the needs of our people of different geographic locations and one that promotes preventive care and wellness. And all too often we hear about how many of our people first seek medical care in the emergency room, which should not happen if we have proper access to health care and is more costly. We need to take a more holistic approach to ensure greater access to health care, such as expanding Medicaid and Medicare, supporting the development of our community health clinics, promoting healthy lifestyles. The hyper-focus of the hospital should not compromise this opportunity cost for an equitable, holistic healthcare system on Guam. I also want to note that my vote for Bill 121-36 to authorize the building of a medical complex was based on the trust that I placed on GITA to seek ways to maximize the use of limited government funds in order to reduce borrowing and the financing cost, which generally double the overall cost. A financial burden that we are placing on future generations to bear without their say, and that we must be cognizant of when we make our decisions. It is these future costs that contribute to our high cost of living, and one that we need to deal with holistically. The principle of fiscal responsibility holds in deciding the location of the new hospital. In looking at the choices in the location of a new hospital, Bill 185 provides a more cost-effective solution that could potentially free up limited funds to make this holistic vision a reality. The infrastructure costs alone are estimated to be at least 500% more, or equal to $80 million. $80 million can be better spent elsewhere, such as purchasing or procuring an integrated medical record system and billing system for our hospital to keep up with the revenues, or to ensure revenues are received, recruitment and retention of much needed healthcare professionals, nurses, doctors, specialists, those which we lack today. Mitigating mold, and overall improving the quality of care in our current hospital. In short, addressing these chronic issues so that it does not follow us to the newly built one. With the dwindling ARP funds and the growing need of building a new hospital, it is critical that we invest in building a new one today at the Tamuning location, which is what was the wish and intent of the late Frank Perez when he deeded the property to the government of Guam. Additionally, this site has been vetted and cleared, which was one of the outcomes when it was used as a debris staging site after Mauer, and it was cleared expeditiously by the Army Corps of Engineers. However, assessments, surveying, development of infrastructure have longer timelines at the Atacao site, some of which has not yet begun. Archaeological and natural surveys, unexploded ordnances, and the geological suitability of the site has yet to be determined. These all take time, which racks up the costs. And I believe that addressing the urgency by building the hospital is our #1 priority, and Bill 185 provides a cost-effective solution by focusing on the construction of the hospital. We don't have the luxury of time and money to determine if the Atacao site is suitable when we already have an option that exists ready to go. And of course, there are questions. We've been hearing about the Pele project, missile sites that are going to be placed in the vicinity of that on the back road, potential placement of micronuclear reactors, which we don't know, and that need to be answered. It would be truly unfortunate if we build and invest in $1 billion facility when it's placed in harm's way. I appreciate our community who has weighed in on this matter and the commitment to build a new hospital with or without a medical complex. Through my participation in this process, I do believe that 185-37 will serve the needs of our people now and for our future, and by providing more opportunities to build a holistic healthcare system, a sustainable legacy that we can all be proud of. Sijus Masi.
Sijus Masi, Senator Pearce. On the bill 185, is there any other senator who'd like to be recognized? Senator Taitagui, you're recognized.
Sijus Masi, Madam Speaker. I grew up in the village of Inalahan. It was a place that I've always kept dear to my heart. Even to this day, when people ask me where I'm from, even though I'm living in Tamuning right now, I say I'm from Inalahan. During the public hearing, when we had some constituents from Inalahan coming to testify, not in favor of Bill 185 because of the distance. In fact, they even called my name out, being a daughter of Inalahan, the importance of having, the facility there to gain access quicker. But it completely showed during all the research and study, if anything, it's a difference of about 3 minutes or 4 minutes. That was it. And then I thought to myself that, I've been working hard on trying to figure out when they're going to renovate the old public health building in Manila, because that was utilized quite a bit for the Southerners in Guam to go there instead of having go all the way to Dedido. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your legislation that you brought up, because I was able to prove that, with the documents that came in from the assurance adjusters showing that the only damage that was there was $600 for a door. A door. It was so frustrating to hear that we could have saved so much money in rent for public health, so much money for rent that could have gone to a new hospital if we had kept that facility there, but most especially to provide a place for the southern part of the island to go to when they had any kind of care that's needed. I stand in full support of 185. I believe that 3 minutes, it could make a difference. But if we can put together the public health building in Manila like it was before and provide emergency care there for anyone from the south to get them stabilized before transferring them to the hospital, that's the route we should have taken 3 years ago, 4 years ago. then that's an option. If you look in the US mainland and you see some of their areas like rural areas, farmland, places that are almost an hour and a half away from a hospital or even a clinic, they have these satellite areas of healthcare or clinics put in place. We live in a small island. Nothing takes an hour and a half to get to your destination. Unlike in the States, when they're out in the woods, in the forest, or farmland, where it's very difficult to get. But yet, again, they provide these satellite areas to keep their patients stable until they can be transported to another hospital. I just repeated myself, I'm sorry, but that's the reality here that we have too, but we're not talking about an hour and a half, we're talking about an additional 3 minutes. And that's without the Manila Health Facility reconstructed and put up. That's without it. Madam Speaker, it's very disappointing in that as well the military buildup did not take in consideration of the additional service members coming to Guam. They built a hospital, they renovated the hospital not too long ago, 4 years ago, and didn't take in consideration this military buildup. And now I'm hearing that the governor is planning on getting funding from the military, from DOD, to help with this billion-dollar hospital, and yet I haven't seen anything in writing. It's like a previous speaker said, we've heard a lot of comments being made, but nothing to justify it or to prove its point that it's true to form. But what we do know that's in front of us today is that we had veterans, we had doctors, we had nurses, we had constituents, we had a mayor come before this body supporting this bill. We had the healthcare community coming in front of us saying the best bet is to keep it in Tumuning. I mentioned earlier that we could stand to lose the health care that we have here today from individuals who are just like fed up, and they spent how many millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars in some incidents where they build their clinics near the hospital to support it, or where doctors find homes, buy homes close to the hospital so they can get to the hospital in like 2 or 3 minutes, even less. So much infrastructure was built in this area. And now we're just going to uproot it and live on the premise that these physicians or these healthcare specialists are going to stay on Guam? You really want to take that chance? I don't think so. All those who were testifying that came in front of us were people who really, really thought what's in the best interest of this island. None of them were worried about losing their job if they came and testified. If you look at those who came and testified, it's almost like, they were cohorts to come and testify, else they would lose their job or maybe even get a job if they came and testify against this bill. But those who came and testified for it, they had nothing to lose but only for the best interest of this island and what would sustain this island's healthcare, what they have today. So that being said, Madam Speaker, I stand in full support of Bill 185. It's financially responsible. It makes sense, where common sense, which most uncommon is common sense, but it makes sense to keep it there. You know, if the Naval Hospital up in Hagåtña Heights can have such a beautiful view of the ocean, why can't our people of Guam have that same beautiful view of the ocean too? It's a great location, especially when somebody is recovering who is sick, that they can look out the window and see how beautiful Guam is. What a great view. It's a perfect location. And it was thought of many, many years ago. It's time to go back home, to bring Guam Memorial back home to Oka Point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Taitakui. On the bill as amended, is there any other senator who would like to be recognized? Senator Parkinson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand with the people of Guam who just want a hospital built, regardless of where it is at. I want for the people at home to understand there's been a lot of very scary language bandied about the various bills. But I want everyone watching to know that both bills have validity and merit. Both of these plans could work. Both of these plans have problems, and that's okay. Whatever plan we choose will have problems. But both sites are perfectly valid choices. What we have in this chamber is a fundamental disagreement with the executive branch on where this hospital should be. The unfortunate thing is, in this power struggle that frankly the people of Guam don't care about, they just want results on a hospital, we are not the executive branch, and we are not the governor. This is not our place to dictate where the governor is going to execute on her responsibilities. That being said, earlier today I said I would always vote for anything that looked to erect a hospital on this island. And so I'm going to vote for this bill. And I'm going to vote for the other bill too. And for those who are still out there with their mind unmade up, not making any comments, not sharing their position, I see you. I see you thoughtfully weighing out the positions. And I would encourage those who are on the fence to join me and vote for both bills. Vote for both bills, and let's see where the cards may lay. Because ultimately, that's what the people of Guam are looking for. They're looking for the quickest, most efficient solution we can find to building this hospital. My personal belief is it's probably better in Manila. That being said, I'm going to vote for both, and if the Tamuning location is the location that wins out, and I will fight just as hard for that location to be successful as I will fight for the other one. But we as a body, we have to choose. And it's not a choice between these two lots, not really. The choice is, do we want to act on this now, or do we want to reject the governor and kick this can down the road to the end of the decade? Do we want to drag our feet for another 6 years doing nothing while we wait for a governor who will greenlight our deepest wishes of this chamber? Or are we going to work with this governor, take a step back, and let her do her job, the job she was elected to do? I'm just looking for a solution. So I will be voting yes on this bill, and I will be voting yes on the governor's bill. And I hope those who are undecided would come at it with the same open heart and open mind and open eyes and vote for both bills as well. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
To Dils Masi, Senator Parkinson. On the Bill 185 as amended, Senator Dueñas, you are recognized.
Dils Masi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm glad we've arrived at this day, because this day is long overdue. And I'm glad that we are going to make a decision with two, as far as I'm concerned, worthy bills before us. But I've chosen to state some favorable comments on Bill 185-37. Madam Speaker, as I was sitting here, somebody sent me some photos. As you know, maybe on Facebook, there's been a group that's been posting photos of Guam and the history of Guam. The old Acme building, I can go on and on, the boat basin where my Uncle Greg taught me to go trolling and fishing. And then I saw the hospital, the old hospital on Ipa Point. And I remember a moment in my life that was an unusual moment of joy. I was just a young boy of 10 years old. But my sister is the oldest in the family, who I'm very close to, and we lived in Parisville at the time, and she was giving birth. And so I ran across the field to go see my sister. And she gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, my oldest niece, my first niece. I was an uncle at 10 years old. So I went running across the field to go tell Dad and everybody that Debbie gave birth to this beautiful baby. I tell that story just because certainly that area of Tamuning and Parisville is very near and dear to my heart. Full disclosure, Frank D. Paris is my uncle. His wife, Carmen, is my father's sister. I grew up learning so many wonderful things from the Paris family, my cousins and my uncles, and I just wanted to share that memory in terms of the depth of what I know about this area, because I grew up there as a young boy. Madam Chair, I've decided to make favorable comments on this bill because I'm in favor of a new hospital. I know that there are many facilities that are in disrepair, and there's a great thought process to all of the correlated medical treatment facilities and medical treatment regimen that our government is in charge of serving our people and those service deliveries. But at this time, I have to say, you're right, Madam Speaker, in some of your comments that you made earlier, that there is a consensus. And a consensus universally on this island is we need a new hospital. A hospital that's scalable to the nurses and the physicians and the services that we can provide within our community for our people. Madam Speaker, whether we like it or not, it's just a simple truth as I go through sharing my comments favorable to 185, is the fact that the medical infrastructure, by and large, 90% plus, exists in Tamuning. I don't think that was designed not to like Manila. I think it was because of the fact that we've always had, really, the former old hospital, GMH, which was eventually torn down, and which the new GMH became the Catholic Medical Center of the Marianas, which the government took over. That's the reason why, by and large, the current infrastructure of specialty delivery services and clinics is in Tamuning. It had nothing to do with not liking Manila. In fact, some clinics have popped up in Manila of recent and date. I think there's even one dialysis center that's just about to be completed there. So that, once again, Madam Speaker, lends me to think that this is the path to go. We talk about, and it's been enumerated, so I'm not going to repeat it. We talk about how quickly we can get to and the adequate footprint of property that exists to be able to build a hospital. I don't think there's any debate on that anymore, Madam Chair. I think it's very clear in terms of what infrastructure upgrades need to be done, as well as the footprint of property that's more than capable to include properties that will still be in the inventory of Government of Guam when the new hospital is built, being the old hospital inventory as well as other properties in the surrounding area. It was mentioned that a mayor, who is my mayor of Tamuning, came and talked about how what I've just mentioned, Tatua has been, for decades and decades, the epicenter of our hospital and ancillary medical services, clinics, and specialties. Madam Speaker, one of the things that was brought up during the discussion on the concept of building bigger, building better, thinking big, I don't disagree with that. That's got to be the way all of us think. But I believe also there is a reality check sometimes that we have to just be cognizant of. I spent a lot of time, Madam Speaker, speaking to a variety of, not just one particular, two particular, three particular doctors who are, probably more at the forefront of pitching for EPAL Point, other medical providers. What I walked away with in terms of really understanding the complexity of specialty care is you need to have a large enough population for specialties to be able to be provided, because practitioners in those specialties have to have the cases to be proficient in what they do, and also for it to be economically feasible. I'm talking about things like cardiac care. I could go on, but I think we all know kind of what we're talking about here. A hospital, by and large, is designed to stabilize individuals, to maintain the severity of the health condition that's brought them there, to bring them to a level to which they can be released for care outside of that setting, and to plan for whatever has happened and transpired that may require a series and a level of care that's beyond the emergent and urgent care that they received going forward. Many times that's going to be off island, Madam Chair. And that exists even with larger islands within, our area of the world. Last 2 points, Madam Speaker. I think we all share one thing. We've realized during this practice, and I feel for all those, I've sat through the public hearings, I've listened intently. I feel for those who believe and know, and it's true, that have been underserved, particularly in the southern region of Guam. Madam Speaker, if we're going to be honest with ourselves and not point fingers, we're going to have to all say we have failed. And we need to do something about it immediately. We have failed to accomplish the reality of urgent care and emergent care within regions of our island. It is a practice and a standard of care. And the saddest part is it's not for lacking the facilities. It's for lacking the commitment to staff the Southern Regional Center with more doctors, with more high-level nursing care, with bed space and a bay that could stabilize individuals without having to take a full transport up north, particularly if there's emergency ambulances and the like that might, for some reason, take a little longer. To get a patient that kind of urgent stabilizing care to await transport, so that even individuals who testified, Madam Chair, that they drove their loved ones because the time was ticking, and in their mind there wasn't time. I've got to at least meet maybe a ambulance halfway or something along those lines. We heard those stories. So in all of this totality of our discussion and debate and deliberation, we've got a lot of work to do outside of just passing a bill that will allow for the next steps in building a hospital. I want to close with this, Madam Chair, because I think in all of this discussion, and this is just me speaking, but one of the things that I've had difficulty with is whether you like or dislike the bravado or maybe the presentation of some medical people who are very excitable and very passionate. I want to say that I believe at their core, because I not only know them personally and professionally, but I've watched their practices, that we're very fortunate on Guam to have the medical personnel that we do, that I believe love this island, that I believe have chosen to be here even though they could practice elsewhere. People who don't brag about the fact that they give care for free, that they'll drop what they're doing in any instance a lot of times to help those who are less fortunate and in need. I say this only to say, Madam Speaker, as we go forward, when this decision is made, I think it's going to behoove all of us to get together once again and bring in these subject matter experts, because this is really the first of thousands of steps. Literally, when we take the procurement process, the funding, the construction, the getting of all of the specialty equipment to the final day when we cut that ribbon. Thousands of steps, Madam Speaker, that are going to be involved there, and we cannot go forward like that, in my humble opinion, being at war with one another. Our people deserve more. Our people deserve for us to set aside those differences once this decision is made and to work in their best interest. This is a difficult decision, Madam Speaker, but we asked for it. We asked to be the people's representative. We know that a lot of people on either side are not going to be happy with the final decision. But maybe, Madam Speaker, that speaks to the work that we all are going to have to do to prove that our heart was in the right place, that our mind was in the right place, and that our actions will be in the right place going forward. That's what's going to speak to the people. Our actions, not our reactions. This is the test, the next test that we will face. I pray, Madam Speaker, without malice towards anyone, that we all rise and pass that test with flying colors. I will not be voting for both bills. I will make a decision when the voting time comes. I believe, with all due respect to my colleagues, their vote is their choice. But I believe this critical juncture requires a solid decision. With that, Jesus Masi, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to share my thoughts on 185-37.
Jesus Masi, Senator Dueñas. On Bill 185, as amended by the committee. Is there anyone else who'd like to be recognized? Senator Lujan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Full disclosure, I'm from Tamuning. I was born, we were in Sinahanya, and then a year old, moved to Tamuning. Once was called Pacific Terrace, now Jonestown. I don't know how it turned to Jonestown, but anyway. And likewise, in an earlier career, I worked in the old GMH, which has now have been demolished. As volunteer, worked at OPD, and then in surgical department, and then also in inhalation therapy. And likewise, the MCM, Medical Center of the Marianas, when it was owned by the Archdiocese, and inhalation therapy, the name had changed to respiratory therapy. So I had the opportunity to work at both facilities. Never worked at the now new GMH when it became the new GMH. So again, in full disclosure, has had the opportunity to work in both facilities. Do we need a new hospital? No, the answer is not just yes. Heck yes, we do. Do we need to fix this current situations that need to be corrected at the current hospital we have right now? Not just yes, heck yes. Will the same problems that we face now with GMH persist or continue when we move to a new facility operated by same style of management, operated by the government of Guam? Not just yes, heck yes. Mold, air conditioning problems, yeah, a few months back, we went and toured the place and saw that. You know, the findings of the mold have not yet been released. I wonder why. It's a public hospital, public information. Why is it not released? Air conditioners, at that time, they said they had bought how many split air conditioners because their main big air conditioner is out and their motherboard, I think, requires, I don't know, how many thousands of dollars. We came to learn that some are still in boxes. Some have been installed, but oops, in installing, where's the power source? Leche. Wow. You would think they hired me to put up the air conditioner. Put it up and then, hey, when get power, toss up power. Yeah. Then we hear about meds. Pain medication, most especially for laboring women. And we were told, of course, supply chain. Of course, we know supply chain. It's been happening, shortage across the nation, absolutely. But again, when they prioritize the supply chain issue, it's prioritized by who's the better payer, who can pay first, who's the better payer. You know, it's been talked about, been said, well, you know, look, Tamuni's so congested already. It's so congested already. We're going, you know, yeah, we can engineer it and we can build around the earthquake faults and all that. Yeah, we can engineer it, but it's going to cost money. Tamuni is so congested that just recently, Route 14, the outside lanes have been closed off for bike lanes. Bike lanes that nobody bikes on. We're so congested now, we're going to take the outside lanes and now we made them into bike lanes. That's how congested we are. They said, think big. We got to think big. Nobody's going to fault the Gov Guam for not thinking big. We're big thinkers. We thought big when we built Southern High. We thought big. That is the model of all schools. But let me ask you, how many graduates from the time that school started or opened up until now, how many students who have graduated there had swam in that swimming pool? How many? How many? And we thought big. One of the latest examples is a few years ago, we thought big. You want to showcase Guam. FESPAC. We built the huts. We now have solar panels on the roofs. What are they powering? What do those solar panels power? We thought big. Afagwagi papa. Leche. We are big thinkers. We have to start not just thinking big because nobody's going to say that we're not big thinkers. We got to start thinking smart and conservatively. You know, it's talked about that, it said that the military, or DOD, it's not going to be the military, it's going to be DOD, that will help fund the build of the hospital. Well, let me tell you, I know a little bit about DC and how they work. A little bit, not too much. But when they fund it, it's going to come with a caveat. They're not just going to give you a blank check and say, here. They are not going to be satisfied with the status quo of management. Wherever we build this hospital, we cannot continue to have the same type of management run by Gov Guam. We got to get into some kind of public-private partnership to be able to move forward. You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. This problem is going to persist if wherever we build a hospital, if we don't change the type of management we have. And I'm not particularly talking about this particular management or whatever administration. I'm just saying managed by Gov Guam. Before the military is going to put a cent into a hospital, they're going to say, wait a minute, we're going to have a say in how this hospital is managed. They won't want to manage it, but they're going to want different type of management. Why do I say that? They had continued to give us money to DOE, federal money, and then when it was found that they weren't living up to the desires of GD or DOE. They sent a federal receiver in to be the babysitters. So they're not going to put in a cent. Believe me, they are watching our every move right now. We have Codels coming in and out of Guam. What? Just to visit Camp Blas? The military knows that if there's conflict in this area of the world, if there's conflict in Guam, they know that Combined Hospital, Naval Hospital, and Guam Memorial Hospital, and even GRMC cannot fulfill the need. They know that. They're watching our actions as well. And they're probably, in their minds, they're probably thinking, you know what? We're going to segregate. We're going to build a hospital inside. Like they threatened us before in the very beginning of this military buildup. They threatened to segregate their power. They threatened to segregate their power. Why at the time? Because we didn't have reliable power and it was dirty power. They threatened to segregate it. A missile defense system we're going to be briefed on tomorrow. It's going to be out here. Believe me, they are thinking of hospital. They're thinking of power grids. They're looking at as Codels are coming out here, not just visiting Camp Blas, but to look at the infrastructure, what is needed in times of conflict. And if they're going to put any money into the civilian side of the hospital, Gov Guam, it's going to come with conditions. And believe me, the conditions of current Gov Guam management is not going to be something that sits well with the Department of Defense. This I guarantee you. We have plenty to show in regards to how they come in, and again, if we're going to put in the money, this is what they did with the dump. They did that with a dump. So we have to not only think about where this hospital is going to be, where it's going to be built, but we have to seriously think, seriously contemplate on a public-private partnership to be able to move forward with needs, with healthcare needs of the future. That has to be in tandem with where we want to build this hospital. Like I said, the definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over again and thinking that you're going to get a different result from doing the same thing over and over again. And although, again, that the proposed legislation seeks to, again, address the Mooning as a new hospital location, it also is important to understand that the difficulties could develop at any site, again, wherever we go. And we should seriously look at the advantages of a public-private partnerships for hospital management, rather than concentrating on just a single area, wherever it is. Again, if we continue to manage it Gov Guam style, the big thinkers that we are, we have to, again, I don't think anybody's going to fault us. We are big thinkers. We have to start now thinking smart, conservatively, and wisely. You know, like my previous colleagues, I'm not going to vote for both bills. Absolutely not. I've made up my decision on where I would like to see this hospital. But most importantly, again, whatever prevails on where this hospital site is to be at, we have to seriously consider, again, the fact that we, Gov Guam, are not good managers of hospitals. And we need help. We need to seriously consider a public-private partnership, because it's not the location that's the problem with the hospital. It's GovGuam management. Of the hospital. So again, I've made my decision, and time to vote. I will vote for a location that I think, with my experience and in communication with professionals, and not just professional, but layperson, and if you're telling me that Tamuning is so congested, why the heck did we close the outside lanes? We're so congested and turn it into a bike lane that nobody bikes on. I see the sign says bike lane. Maybe they should put leche lane. Anyway, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you to my colleagues, and look forward to, again, a vote on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Lujan. On Bill 185, is there any other senator who'd like to be recognized? Senator Blas, you are recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Speaker. You know, well, over the last few hours, sat intently and listened to the arguments, the fors, the against, two different pieces of legislation, or two different pieces of property to build one particular type of structure. And as I sat here, one of the things I recognized, as actually just very few colleagues, is we would have never had this kind of discussion 10 years ago, much less 20 years ago. Why? Because manna didn't fall from the sky. Government wasn't flush with cash. Billions of dollars weren't made available. Revenues were never in excess month after month. But you know what wasn't the problem back then? Healthcare. Because we focused on it, we concentrated on it, we took care of it with what we had. We squeezed a nickel from 2 pennies to try to bring healthcare to a level that our people can be confident with, so that healthcare was efficient and something that we weren't scared of. At one time, we were even accredited. This is back in the days when we were running on deficits. Today, we don't talk about legislation, we don't talk about issues and argue about where we're going to get 10,000 there, 50,000, 100,000. No, we're talking now in the millions. But while that's happening, what's happening to our healthcare? Let's see. Just very recently, we ran out of medication. While we blame it on supply chain issues, we hear that, oh no, that I just called my vendor and I got it right away. Maybe it's because the vendor that we were getting it from didn't like the experience they had over the last 4 or 5 years of not having to get paid, although everything else was being paid. Air conditioning. How long have we heard about the 450-ton chillers being out and haven't been repaired yet? About the 90 split units that were installed, but oh, we forgot the power. Soil bedding. Mold. A dilapidated public health facility. It's dilapidated because of a supposed fire that caused an evacuation that we couldn't fix. And what is our solution to this? Let's build a new facility. We can't even take care of the issues that we have today. We obviously have the money to be able to do it, because every month we put out a press release. We're flush with cash. Every month we put out a press release. We've got cooperation from this agency and that agency, they're helping out. Every month we say our financial status is better than it's ever been. But yet we ask a expectant mother to first, when they come to the hospital, we can't triage you in the emergency room because the ventilation system is not conducive or won't handle the issues with COVID. So we're going to triage you in the parking lot and then wait for a room while you're expecting. But oh, by the way, bring a fan because it's hot. But because we don't have the time or the effort to be able to fix the problems, because we're concentrating on building a new hospital. I think that was one of the issues there, or things that was brought up this morning. That when administration officials were brought before us and asked, why haven't you been working on these issues in the hospital? They said, well, because we're focusing on building on the plans for the new one. That's like telling me that, never mind that my toilet is broken, or that my window is cracked in my living room, or that my refrigerator is on the blitz, and then it's not cooling down my produce in my fridge. My freezer doesn't work. We won't deal with it. We won't spend the money there because we're going to build a new house. What I'm getting at, Madam Speaker, is really? We're going to talk about where we're going to build a new hospital and what kind of hospital we're going to build. When the hospital that our people rely on today, when the healthcare system that our people depend on today is in shambles. And it's not like we didn't have the money, because they say we have the money. Maybe it's because we don't want to put the effort in. Let's not fix it. Let's destroy it. Let's get it to be destroyed. And our saving grace will be, we're going to build a new hospital. This conversation is not done yet. If it is this body's responsibility to decide where the hospital is going to be built, you know what the next one is going to be? This body is going to have to decide where the money is going to come from. In the meantime, we have a healthcare system on this island that needs repair, and we're neglecting it. They are neglecting it. Between now and the time we're going to be voting on these bills, I want to challenge my colleagues. Take a look at the footage of all the hearings that we had, whether it be for whether or not this hospital is supposed to be built in point A or point B, and listen to the testimony. Is it truly about where the hospital is at, or is it about the problems that currently exist in a hospital today? Is it truly about whether or not it should be in Manila or Tumuning, or is it about the time and the distance that it takes to get medical care from the south? Is it about whether or not it should be a hospital or it should be a medical complex? Or is it about the decrepit conditions that the patients would have to endure when they're looking for health care? Right now. Look at it. I venture to say that the bulk of the testimony is not about where the hospital should be built or what kind of a hospital. It's about getting the health care that people deserve and need today. As my colleague from Tumuning had stated before me, okay, you know, if you build something new but put something old in it, guess what you're going to have? Because we're on YouTube, I won't say it, but I'll give you the acronyms. SOS. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator Blas. On the bill, Senator Brown, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Since my other colleagues were disclosing, I'm going to disclose I don't live in Tumuning. Spent a lot of years there, my younger years, riding with my cousins all over because my mom's sister lived there for many years, one of the original Tumuning families after the war. But you know, I appreciate the most previous speakers with the comments that they've made, because you know, that's when you get right down to the realities of the issues that we're dealing with. Where we're at today. Certainly where we'd like to be, but where we're at today, and as I mentioned earlier in the previous bill, We've not been very effective in addressing the current challenges, nor has the current management team. You know, these hearings that we talk about, you know, it almost doesn't matter which one you attend, the outcome and the engagement is the same. What is it that wasn't accomplished? And this idea that that the administration wants to sell to our people, that if we build a new facility, somehow miraculously, all those issues and challenges are going to disappear. And we've seen it time and time again, new facilities. I mean, goodness, I remember when the Southern High School was being built, when it was new, what it was like when it was new, and the challenges that have happened since then. I'm supportive of this bill, not because, oh, that's not where the governor wants to locate the hospital. But, you know, sometimes you get right down to the brass tacks. You need to make responsible decisions. And if we can't afford today, right now, to ensure that vendors are paid on a regular basis and that the hospital has the equipment that it needs, that the hospital has the professional medical staff that it needs, that they have the supplies that they need, that when things break down, they can be fixed. Well, those are real practical realities. And I don't think you can sugarcoat that. If you're that patient, your family member's that patient up there at the hospital, that's a real reality. And we can't do that now with all the promises that were made. A lot of promises get made in campaign season. Yet, when it comes time to deliver, all those great ideas, all those grand plans, when you're in the driver's seat, you get to make that decision. Where are we? That's probably what is most disturbing. Where are we? And beyond the administration, you know, just sending their press releases and their spokespeople that somehow have risen to a level of, they think that when they speak, my goodness, we should listen. I'm impressed, you know, really we should be impressed with their whole background of experience and expertise they have to speak, as if they've actually had any practical experience doing what they're talking about. And we're just supposed to blindly follow along. Well, I didn't get elected or run for office to kowtow to this or any other administration, including a Republican one I served, you know, that I was here in the legislature. We had a Republican governor. We had a Republican majority. I think if there are issues to question, we should. And we shouldn't be afraid to do that because, oh, we're not going to be in the in-group. Sometimes, you know, we should do what is the right thing to do. But I already know how these votes are going to line up. Do you, Madam Speaker? I got a good idea. Maybe I should bet and gamble. Because I already know those votes were decided before we came in today to even debate these bills. But if we can't afford today, while we're flush with cash, to pay vendors in a timely fashion at the hospital so that we can get the resources that we need to properly operate the hospital, how are we going to do it with a hospital we believe, if we approve this today, is going to be built in 10 years? That we're going to have this grand plan and grand scheme. Or, hey, the military is going to come and help us build it. You know, the situation for the military, I mean, I don't know what their contingency plan is. You know, it's like their plan 15 years ago to mothball the ship repair facility, and, oh, we're going to mothball Anderson, and our mission's moved in the region. Yeah, I sat up there on the hill when they gave those briefings, and I just looked at that map, and I thought, I see Guam, that little piece, that little dot up there in a very significant part of the world, and here we are. Now we're worried about North Korea. Now we're worried about China. You know, 10 years ago when I was in my dad was in the hospital up at Naval Hospital. Spent quite a lot of time up there, looking out the window, the second floor, while the new hospital was being constructed. Very nice. Doesn't look very big, considering how old the old Naval Hospital, the size. You know, remember those long hallways? You want to take a bowling ball and just roll it down, because, boy, they kept those things nicely waxed over the years. It was always like stepping back in time, because the hospital looked the same, of course, until they demolished it and built the new one. And I don't think they planned that well, because that hospital's not very big. It cannot absorb anything more than what it pretty much has now. Even their bedroom capacity up there is very limited. I don't know what their ultimate plan was. Of course, they built a new clinic down at Naval Station. But if we have any major incident in this part of the world, you know, like we did during Vietnam, I don't know what the plan is to, are they going to pop up tents? Maybe they got new technology that can address that. But you know what? I'm going to leave that to the military planners to decide what they need to do for their people and their troops. Our job is to decide what is it we need for our people. And we all want the best. Of course we do. Goodness, if I could afford it, I'd buy it all. But you know, I kind of look at my role here as making responsible financial decisions like I try to make in my own life. I try to live within my means. I try to live like if I was unemployed tomorrow, what can I cover for what period of time? And that means sometimes sacrificing other things I'd like to have, because at the end of the day, I got to make responsible decisions. If it's my own dollar that I got to make and survive on, well, I kind of look at that role here. That's why I'm not like, hey, let's spend everything we got and then some, man. Let's live up the party like some of our colleagues here want to do, because they can't spend the money fast enough. We can't raise salaries and everything else fast enough, even though who cares if a year or 2 or 3 down we don't have enough to pay for it. Maybe I'll be governor by then. I don't have to worry about it. So something as important as a hospital facility, yes. I mean, I'd love to see a new facility. I'm supportive of a new facility. But I want to make sure we can afford to run it and maintain it and not be in the same situation we have seen ourselves time and time again, where we take the politics and prey on the fear of our people. Because ultimately, when you're worried about your own health or the health of a loved one, that's a pretty big fear. I think we've all been through it, haven't we? If not ourselves, a dear close family member that has had to go through major health issues, wondering, do we have the resources and facilities and expertise here? Because, yeah, not everybody can afford. And even those that do, there's no guarantee you have the time to get on a plane or be stable enough to be transported. So, of course, we want to have a good hospital. Our quality of life is very dependent upon it. But this particular issue has become so politicized and unfortunately very divisive. Not because nobody here doesn't want a new hospital, but where we're going to put it and what it's going to cost and how we're going to maintain it down the road. There's not an infinite amount of money. And what we've been going through, yeah, now we've been flush with money for a little while. It's not going to last, people. And you know, some of our other colleagues brought up, yeah, a lot of our own people are leaving Guam. They don't see their future here. They don't see their children's future. Even more, they don't see their children's future here. There's a whole lot of other reasons leading to why that is the case. But I think we need to make responsible decisions, and if we can build a facility within Tamuning, if it can be put up at the former location, that to me is more cost effective. Then that's a responsible decision, because if we can do that, then there's other things we can have the money, if the money's there, to invest in the actual operations of the facility, which I think is the most critical thing. We're putting too much investment in, the new building. That's the cure-all. That's going to be the panacea to our problems. I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's the focus of looking, people, Guam, look down the road so you don't see how deficient we are today under our leadership. Because really, hospital administrator has to be told, or why you can't connect the air conditioner? Really? Or your guests have to come in and tell you how to clean the mold, or why haven't you cleaned the mold issue, or why haven't you... Really? These are individuals supposed to be in place to know what to do. We shouldn't be having to raise those questions. They should be telling us what they've done to fix it. But yet, hearing after hearing after hearing, then to find out even more that our public health centers that used to be have such a presence in our community. I grew up with the Mangilo Public Health Center. I used to go to the Mangilo Public Health. My whole class used to go up there. We used to go on field trips up there. get our shots, get our dentals checked. Wow, isn't that something? How cool. Do our kids get to do that now? And yet all we end up finding out is less services are being provided. It's not coming from us to say, hey, we just want to bash the administration. It's the people that work in public health that are coming out and saying, we can't take care of our clients. And the places you put us into rent don't provide us the space to do that. Or we don't have the equipment. We don't have the facilities to do that. That's what our focus needs to be. And doing what ultimately, not that we can afford, because let's not kid ourselves, this money ain't coming out of our pocket. It's what the people of Guam can afford and what we can sustain. Those are the type of real issues we need to talk about, the vision. Oh, you guys down legislature don't got a big enough vision. Talk is easy. Writing press releases, oh my goodness. Wow, what an effort. Instead of ensuring that we've got better community outreach at public health centers and preventative education going on out there, and that we have a hospital that's being run effective and efficiently and responsibly. And that vendors aren't standing in line to get paid, because it's really the legislature that had to initiate this last payment. What are we going to do for the next one? If things are all going to be the same, what, another month, another 8, 9 months, a year? We're going to be back in the same situation? That was a surprise, I have to tell you, man. I was surprised to find out that the Guam Memorial Hospital was that back in debt to vendors. I didn't expect that. I expected them to tell me, we're $2 million. But that's regular, just regular routine, and it wasn't. So, it's going to be fascinating, the vote, but I'm not going to be surprised. I don't think any of us here are going to be surprised by the vote of how this is all going to turn out, and I don't know where it's going to go. It's become such a polarizing issue. But when you can't take into consideration some very practical realities, and even the medical community, I'm sure they don't agree 1,000% with each other. I think a majority of them have relayed to us their concerns. And all of a sudden, when it's convenient, we just ignore them. Oh, who cares what they think? Even though they're the professionals that we depend on, that we need to support and operate our healthcare system and provide our people the care that's needed. Those are the things that matter. We don't matter. The administration doesn't matter at the end of the day when you get right down to it. Too much ring kissing going on these days, man, at the expense of our people. That just isn't how it should be. We should be debating a new facility that we can afford, that can give our people the health care that they need. And that should have been demonstrated now with the current operations. And it's sad when our people say, instead of getting better, what do they say? I don't need to answer that. I think we know. We feel it. We see it. So I do rise in support of this bill. It's not because, hey, man, it's in Tamuning. I don't live in Tamuning. Probably the facility back road would probably be closer to my family. But the infrastructure that's been invested is there. And the possibilities of getting that hospital constructed sooner are there. And our ability to actually be able to build and afford it are there. And those are the issues that I'm looking at and wanting to see the construction of a new hospital facility. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Brown. On the bill, is there any other senator who'd like to be recognized?
On the bill, is there anyone who would like to be recognized? Speaker Terlahi, you're recognized.
Zizus Masi to my colleagues also for the excellent debate, I think, on the bill. And this bill would mandate that the financing that the legislature passed in 2019 be used to build a hospital or a medical campus in Tamuning. And just for those who aren't sure where Tamuning is, that is defined in our statutes and in Chapter 1, Title 1 of the Guam Code annotated. The government of Guam, the governor, Gita, entered into a contract with Matrix to do a study of the proposed hospital sites. And all of the sites were narrowed down by, I guess, GIDA and the Department of Land Management and given to Matrix, along with all the information that they had. We paid Matrix $1.8 million. The Office of Public Accountability said they questioned $2 million of those costs just because of the way the contract was procured. That's aside the point, though. What I'm trying to say is that we paid for this study, and according to that study, Epal Point is big enough for a medical complex, the entire medical complex. In fact, it's big enough and suitable enough to be ranked by Matrix #2 after Eagles Field. And Eagles Field has been ruled out, so Matrix remains ranked #1 on all of the lands that they studied on Guam to put a hospital on. It was also ranked way back in 2010 in another study that Matrix did for a project by the Department of Defense for a new hospital. It says, it described the problems with the current hospital at that time, and that Oka Point is located less than half a mile from the existing hospital, which provides the transition for close proximity of sharing medical staff and phasing of any future hospital expansions. Over the years, medical and healthcare companies have located within close proximity of the existing hospital and the hub of private healthcare providers, creating a center of excellence, inclusive of both the existing hospital and the proposed new medical and healthcare campus on Oka Point. And I just read that because it's very interesting to me that they, before any of these doctors did, cited this center of excellence in this area back in 2010. I'm not sure how, if we are talking about the property that's ranked #1 in a $2 million study, how someone in here can describe this bill to be in bad faith. I also don't understand how someone in here can describe this bill to be bad faith when this property, according to the study, is going to be faster to build a hospital and cheaper, less expensive to put in the infrastructure. How is that in bad faith? We in the committee work that we did, again, held the hearings, got all the testimony, and we tried to address all the concerns that were brought up, and the sponsor of the bill raised some of the concerns and how we addressed them. So I think we did a very good job, if I say so myself, in addressing many of the concerns that were brought up. The Epal Point site, I want to talk about the size, and this varies according to who you ask and on what day you ask. Matrix, in their report, said it was 35 acres. The Department of Land Management testified it's only 25 usable acres. Today in the governor's press release, they go back to 38 acres. Maybe that's because I included the 2-acre side lot and the 3-acre side lot, but regardless, even if we took the smallest amount that was testified, 25 acres of usable land, the footprint of the entire medical complex, according to Matrix, if you take out the 17 acres of parking, it's 21 acres to build all the buildings that they talk about. The hospital, the administration building, the lab, the pharmacy, the VA wing, the medical data center, the physical plant substation, the staff parking, the helipad, the public health building, the behavioral health building, the medical provider offices for the specialists, and future offices. I think we can find a way to fit those things if there are only 21 acres in our 25 to 35 acre property. And that we can find a way, instead of spreading out 17 acres worth of parking, to perhaps be more creative. Maybe 2 stories would still be 10 acres of parking. 10 acres is what the entire current hospital sits on. 10 acres, the building, the surrounding property, the parking structure. So double that is what what Matrix proposed to build for a parking structure. And I just say we can maybe do better than that. But the complex can be built on EPAL according to these studies, and it can include specialists and everything else that was proposed. We did amend the bill to specifically address EPAL and to authorize the Chamorro Land Trust, who currently has control of that property, to lease it for 50 years. If you may recall, there is already existing law, I think in I'm sorry, I don't remember the year, but way before us, that allowed the Chamorro Land Trust to lease this property out for commercial to the highest bidder. And they got some very significant proposals for huge things, including casinos and apartment units. They call them, let me just see, I have a list of those, but I'll get to that later. But anyways, that the property was big enough for all of those things. So the Chamorro Land Trust is mandated to lease this, and they were not going to use it for residential purposes. The infrastructure at EPAL is estimated to cost $20 million versus the $100 million estimates for the Atacao Crown property on the back road to Anderson. Matrix also found that the Atacao property infrastructure was going to take, just for the roads, at least 2 to 3 years, traffic signals, highways, 1 year for design and 2 years construction for GPA power substation, and then they would have to deal with water pump upgrades to water, wastewater, electricity, transportation infrastructure. We did ask GPA and GWA about the current infrastructure in Tamuning, and they responded, well, GWA responded that they identified $237 million in projects that were either completed, in progress, or construction pending, design progress, planned or being planned, and in preliminary stages that would support water and wastewater services for a hospital in Tamuning. According to the medical campus plan by Matrix, the construction costs were lower for EPAL Point than at the Atacao Crown property. Matrix reported that using an objective ranking system, EPAL was preferable over Atacao Crown overall and under the categories of travel distance, proximity to arterial roads, distance from clinics and hospitals, power, water, wastewater, construction costs, land use, and zoning compatibility. They cited the primary access on Chalon San Antonio and the secondary access component for emergency response through both San Vitores and Governor Carlos Camacho Street. The Department of Public Health testified that There would be no community health center in this new medical campus, only offices, and that they were moving the CDC lab outside of this proposal to another site in Manila near UOG. We also heard about fault lines, and again, we paid Matrix $2 million, and they still, despite the fault lines, came up with this property as ranking number 1. They also cited, for the Atacao Crown properties, sinkholes that have to be addressed, or studied more. We also received during the hearings testimony from Dr. Jonathan Siddell, president of the medical staff of the Guam Memorial Hospital at the time, expressing strong support of building a new hospital on Ipao Point. Key reason is that many of the medical staff live within 10 minutes from the current hospital, and that is so they can respond to life-saving emergencies. The response time is critical for providers to attend to patients, and without this access for providers, patients would be left with their lives at risk. We received testimony from the Guam Medical Association, which cited 5 reasons it is in support of the new hospital at Ipao Point, and to include over 90% of medical staff are within 10 minutes. This is critically important in response to life-threatening emergencies, and the infrastructure for a new hospital is already in place around Ipao Point. We received written testimony from several pediatricians as a group, including Dr. Antonio Garcia of MedFirst, Dr. Maria Blancoflor, MPG Pediatrics, Dr. Gladys Lisangan, Dr. Dina De Malanta, Dr. D. Sarmiento, Dr. Cristina Manaloto, Dr. Edna Santos, and Dr. Millet Fojas, AMC Pediatrics, stated that they are in support of Bill number 185-37 because of its accessibility to their patients and pediatricians around the area. Written testimony was from the Guam Medical, there was also testimony, a joint testimony from the American Medical Clinic, the FHP Clinic, and the Seventh-day Adventist Clinic. They cited that there are many reasons for the site, to choose this site. One of them is because all 3 of our comprehensive clinics are located within 10 minutes of Ipao site, and we have over 120,000 patients under our care. At any point in time, we have critical patients who must be transported to the hospital from our clinic, and the nearest location is Ipao Point. Written testimony from the anesthesia department at the Guam Memorial Hospital in support of Bill 185 states, keeping the location of the new hospital in near proximity to healthcare providers, adjunct services, and the population is putting patients first and saving lives. There was many other testimony, but I pretty much just put out the medical providers who talk about saving lives. And that is really the purpose of our new hospital, I hope. And I'm sure we could make it work in any location, but I do hear their concerns, and I do recognize the center of excellence that in healthcare that has been built up in our community over the years, and I do recognize the size and that it is adequate, and that the fault line has not stopped anybody else from making huge proposals for that property in the billions of dollars. That fault lines that are much bigger run through other parts of Guam that have not impeded any of the construction, such as Anderson Air Force Base, Adaloop, and many other places. So we've taken care, I hope, of the concerns of the NAFTAN, and that NAFTAN is going to continue to be built there. And I hope, in fact, that this passage of this bill will expedite that. So I thank my colleagues for their debate, and I thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the main motion, is there anyone else who would like to speak? If not, I will close.
On Bill 185, is there anyone else to speak? If not, then the sponsor may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd actually like to proffer an amendment if that could get passed out.
Please proceed.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. The amendment's being passed out, and it is an amendment to line 20, page 4, to add a new section 6 of the bill to read. Section 6, exemption from 2 GCA, subsection 2107. The sale or lease of the identified lots as provided herein shall be exempt from the requirements of subsection 2107 and Title II Guam Code annotated. I believe this amendment addresses the concerns of previous speaker, and I ask for my colleagues' support of it so that we can move on to the closing. Sido Smasi.
On the amendment, is there anyone who would like to speak on the amendment? Senator Fisher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the amendment that brings this Bill 185 into compliance with the law. I was a little bit concerned when I heard some members of the legislature saying that they would support 185 as originally offered and unamended, since that would have been an extraordinary thing to support an illegality. That is not what we would expect here. But it's been amended, and you know, when we rush and when we don't think about the consequences of what we're doing and we don't examine the laws, we often will go from bad to worse. Here on this amendment, we've taken the subject property out of the legal requirement that there be a appraisal. And I look at that and I think, well, that's good. But unfortunately, if we compare this to Bill 184, the original exempted act, the governor said in her bill, despite the law, that they would appraise the lots and it would be submitted to the legislature for final approval. It's right there in section 2. It's in front of God and everybody. There it is. And also, sale or lease of the identified lots must be for no less than fair market value. So 184, as originally written, contains numerous protections for the people's purse. And this obviously, section 2 in 184 is a product of reflection and consideration. Now, with Bill 185, 2107 is exempted, but we will not get, under the terms, the legislature won't approve the lease. There is no requirement that that property be transferred for no less than fair market value. So, you know, people were worried about transparency and darkness and so forth. Bill 185 is brigaded with shade. It is an invitation for mischief, since there are no built-in protections, and we here in the legislature will never look at the lease. There's no requirement that we get the lease. So, you know, act in haste, repent at leisure. Bill 184, as amended, I suspect the amendment will pass, but Bill 185, as amended, is worse than the bill as unamended. I hope we will all think twice. I hope none of us will support illegalities. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Senator. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the amendment? Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yes, I don't want to let the previous speaker's words go unchallenged, maybe, because they're not accurate. First of all, the bill is 185, as amended, is almost identical to Bill 184 in 2 regards. One is that the lease is for 50 years, is authorized, and that Sale or lease of the lots must be for no less than the fair market value of the property. Bill 185 did not have the provision to waive an appraisal, although when requiring fair market value, they are going to have an appraisal. But we did not waive that. That's my error in committee, because the original bill did not need that, because it did not name any specific lots. It just said Tamuni. So it's true, we need to waive the appraisals for third reading, but we are not waiving the appraisals by the land trust or by the government of Guam for these properties. So, and that's exactly the same thing that is done for Bill 184. There is no appraisal, even though they promised an appraisal months ago, maybe 5 months ago. They were authorized to get an appraisal. There's none. We've considered that bill without an appraisal, but we've done the exact same thing, and that is waive the appraisal for us here in the legislature on third reading for a lease up to 50 years, but not waive the appraisal and require at least fair market value for the sale or lease of those lots as well. Almost identical. So I just wanted to correct that record, and I stand in support of this amendment that's just going to waive that appraisal today when we get this in third reading and we vote on it, hopefully, or Friday, when we vote in third reading. In second reading, it's perfectly legal to consider this bill, and if this amendment passes, perfectly legal to consider it in third reading. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the amendment? I don't see anybody at this point. Then I recognize the sponsor to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nothing further. Appreciate the support of my colleagues, and pray that we can get this amendment passed. Sitos Masi.
Sitos Masi, on the amendment, is there any objection? There's an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Amendment passes. Senator Barnett on the bill.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for the debate and the discussion today. It was everything I had anticipated. And I just want to clarify a few things for the record that were mentioned by the good senator from EPAN. First of all, my Bill 185 was drafted 1 month before the governor's introduction of Bill 184. And the reason why we had kicked around the idea of introducing it was because there were, after the governor and the administration refused to come to the table to engage us on the facts relative to Eagles Field, there was no forward movement on a new hospital and or a medical complex. And so I felt that the option that remained, that was best reviewed by the matrix study, EPAL Point, needed to be represented in the legislative process. And I was surprised, frankly, when the governor's bill was transmitted down to the Committee on Rules. Because in dealing with everything that was going on with the schools, we didn't make the time to introduce the measure. So the measure was, for the record, and in fact, not introduced in bad faith. I noticed that when we fight for our co-equality as a separate but co-equal branch of government, there are some colleagues in here who take extreme offense to that. And that's just too bad. I believe we're acting well within our rights with Bill 185. I believe building at EPAL Point is the quickest and most efficient way to meet our people's urgent and pressing healthcare needs. I was thinking last night, I have a picture up on my refrigerator next to all the pictures of my kids. And it's a picture of one of the first remote broadcasts I conducted as a radio DJ. way back in 1998. And that broadcast was conducted from the grounds of the old Guam Memorial Hospital at Ipoh Point. And at the time, the discussion was, when were we going to demolish the old hospital? And so I decided to do a broadcast from there. And I just think it's interesting that here, 25 years later, I am pushing a very big bill relative to addressing our people's healthcare needs. I also want to address the allegations that politics is at play with my Bill 185. I know one of the previous speakers had said something about the gubernatorial race already starting, and I would just remind that colleague that not a single individual in this legislative hall has made any declaration about their intent to seek higher office in 2026. In fact, it was none of the senators who made such a pronouncement, but the administration. So if you're going to levy the allegation that we are playing politics, I beg to differ. And part of why this debate and discussion on this very pressing issue has been so contentious is because there quite simply have not been enough facts to support the governor's desire to build at Edda Agaga. They say we're not visionary. And again, I disagree. And since they didn't have the facts, they had to go with arguments of emotion. Arguments like, why limit ourselves? Why can't Chamorros dream? Think big, they say. While they're saying we need to be thinking big, our people are wondering if we're even thinking at all. Let me share what I believe would be visionary. We build at Ipoh Point. Again, we know GMH has a life expectancy of anywhere from 5 to 7 years. I think it's clear that we are too early in the process relative to Edda Agaga and the financing. It's going to take 3 years to study. We know that the Director of Land Management has cited the issue of sinkholes on that property. So we could study it for 3 years and it still might not be good enough to build on. Meanwhile, despite what the haters say, Ipoh Point is, in my opinion, very close to being move-in ready. Build at Ipoh Point. Let's take the existing Guam Memorial Hospital footprint and maybe we enter into a nonprofit model similar to Good Samaritan. Reopen the public health central clinic in Mangilao. Make the improvements that the people of the South have deserved for many years. Improvements that would restore the urgent care facility at the Inalahan Southern Public Health Community Center. And if the governor is successful in securing the funding that she has been talking about, and let me just, in February of last year, the governor spoke on the K57 Patty Arroyo show. She had just completed a trip to Washington, D.C. She said she felt the trip was successful. She went before Senator Manchin's committee and the Department of Interior with the focus being a request for $700 million to build the hospital, and also she discussed RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, and we know how that turned out. So we had little details in February. Let's fast forward to October 26th of 2023. The financing is there, the governor said. She's in serious discussions with both FEMA and the Pentagon to try and get federal funding for the project. She said in October of last year, the new hospital alone is now being billed at around $800 million, and funding for it is at the top of a list of priority projects that the administration has sent to military officials. They have also made what I believe to be false promises to our people. When we met with the governor to get more information, I asked her, because the people from the meetings that she had had that weren't publicly noticed. They said the governor told them that if we build at Edagaga, no one will have to go off island for medical care again. And when I asked the governor if she said that to these people, she said no. But I was able to find an interview on a press release from Adelup dated October 30th, 2023, in which our Lieutenant Governor, Josh Tenorio, was quoted as saying, "We have relatives living abroad who want to return home, but because Guam doesn't have the specialty care they need, they're forced to live in the States, but their desire is to be here. We need to build this timely so we can return our families home. This will be one way to bring them back." How I wish that were true. Oh, how I wish it was realistic. But when we talk to the doctors and we talk to the stakeholders in the healthcare community, and we sat through hours upon hours of testimony, they made the case very convincingly that if you build it, they will come, is a fantasy. That quote is from the movie Field of Dreams. And sadly, this medical complex proposal from the governor has seemed exactly like a field of dreams because we are short on the facts. We are short on the financials. Gulf Mazamek Hospital. Get me to Hawaii. We used to make these jokes back in the year 2000, and here 25 years later, we're still talking about the conditions at the hospital. They did a survey at the Guam Memorial Hospital of the staff, and it was relative to where they wanted the new hospital to go. They never released the survey. It must be just like the mold report. Maybe they didn't like what it said. Maybe they didn't like what it said. So I thank my colleagues for the very engaging debate and discussion. I will not be voting for two bills. No offense, but if you're voting for both bills, you might as well not vote for any. We were elected to make the tough decisions, so I implore you, my colleagues, let's make one. Si Dios masi, Madam Speaker.
Si Dios masi, Senator Barnett. On the motion to place Bill
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to-
185-37 LS
Thank you.
as
I'd like
amended
to-
by the committee and further amended on the floor to the third reading. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries. We're going to take a 1-minute recess. We're back from recess. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized. We're currently on Bill number 191-37 COR in second reading. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized on that bill unless you want to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'd like to introduce Bill number 201-37 COR, an act to add new subsection 8113.1.
All right, just a minute then. Can we get a motion that we're going to move Bill number 191 to the bottom?
Yes.
Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries. All right, on Bill number 201-37, you are recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to add Bill 201-37, an act to add a new subsection 8113.15 to Article 1 of Chapter 8, Title 12, Guam Code Annotated, relative to providing maintenance, operation, and overhaul of diesel generators. I'd like to discuss this measure.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The goal of Bill 201 is simple: to end load shedding. Bill 201 resolves procurement protests that had hampered the repair of critically needed 76 megawatts of power generation. 40 megawatt Jigo diesels, 20 megawatt Tenjo diesels, 6 megawatt MDI Pulantat diesels, and 6 megawatt Talafofo diesels need to be maintained, overhauled, and operated to stem the need for load shedding. There are nearly 70 smaller generators that provide 1.1 megawatts of power each, but when combined, provide 76 megawatts of power, more than any of the island's major baseline generators singularly provide. However, GPA has been stuck in procurement protests with no end in sight, preventing the critical power generation from coming online and staying online. Bill 201-37 would clear procurement hurdles in this clear emergency situation. GPA has expressed that they have no confidence that the diesel generator PMC, Performance Management Contract appeal, will be timely resolved, despite the need for these generators to stop load shedding as our baseline generators go offline for emergency maintenance. Typhoon Mawar also destroyed the nearly complete Ukudu power plant fuel and water tanks, requiring the complete reconstruction of the tanks and delaying the power plant construction by an additional 21 months. Additionally, the 20-megawatt GIGO combustion turbine was damaged by Typhoon Mawar, requiring a $30 million off-island repair to the rotor. Procurement protests and appeals to GPA's 40-megawatt renewable energy with load-shifting batteries and diesel generator performance management contracts further exacerbated these delays. The 2-year 40-megawatt renewable energy appeal was decided in GPA's favor, but the contractor refused to proceed due to drastically higher projected costs after such a protracted time. The foregoing events caused and contributed to the lack of power generated capacity and the resulting ongoing load shedding situation. Responsible solutions for temporary power generation and repair of existing diesel generators are needed immediately, and they will continue to be needed until the Ukudu power plant is commissioned in January 2026 to increase power generation capacity and end scheduled island-wide load shedding. I would like to ask my colleagues to help me get GPA these critical procurements done, because right now we are in a lull in capacity, but in summer when our capacity peaks again, we could be seeing more load shedding unless these projects get done. This has been requested by GPA, the CCU, and the general management of GPA in their testimony. And so I would like to ask my colleagues for the support in this measure so we can get ourselves out of the darkness. But thank you, Madam Chair, and with that I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Parkinson. On the bill, is there anyone who'd like to be recognized on the bill? Senator Paris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I remember this bill was proffered, I believe it was back in December, when GPA was undergoing procurement protest, which I believe has been resolved, and they've actually moved on to emergency procurement. I know they did recently testify to support this, but I'm just wondering, given their move to emergency procurement, so has the needs been reassessed to circumvent procurement altogether? So this question is for the author of the bill.
Would the author yield?
Yes, I'll yield to the question. In my talks with GPA and their general management, nothing has changed. They said that they need this bill. They are still having procurement problems that they're having, and they would like this bill to go forward. And so unless I hear anything else from them, I'm full speed ahead with this bill as well.
Takes out, it circumvents procurement protests, but it doesn't necessarily circumvent any kind of judiciary action that could take place. Has the author of the bill contemplated other potential judicial actions that could, that this bill could create? And then really, the concern is that we circumvent procurement. The reason why we have protests is because there's a need for it. There's a need to address any kind of inconsistencies that or non-compliance with our procurement law, which protects really the, it protects the ratepayers altogether. The last time I know this was used, in my conversations with Attorney Fred Harecki, he stated the last time this was used was for Cabers 3 and 4. And so we know that what's the outcome of those generators. And so my concern is that if we try to rush and circumvent procurement, is it really going to protect the interest of the public even though at face value it might speed things up, but are we going to get the best value for what GPA is seeking? So I don't think that this has been truly vetted. I know there was interest in just going directly to the PUC, but I think it's problematic. This bill is problematic, and I'm not yet convinced that we have all the information as far as whether we really need to rely on circumventing procurement altogether versus utilizing tools such as emergency procurement and the recent bill that we passed, 35-36, which will help expedite protests without having to circumvent procurement altogether. So I know these agencies want the easy way out, but I just caution my colleagues in regards to circumventing it altogether. We know what has happened in the past, in the recent past, with circumventing a procurement. Yeah, it opens a door to a lot of misconduct potentially, and this bill doesn't protect that. It doesn't protect the other instances of that, which can pretty much stall processes. There's also this thing called the doctrine of injurious reliance, known as equitable estoppel, which generally applies to ex post facto or the contracts clause, to prevent the legislative branch from changing the rules in the middle of the game. Under current law, unsuccessful bidders are allowed to protest bid awards for two reasons. They believe the rules were violated, or they believe that the agency erred in review of its bid. If protests are disallowed after a party has filed a protest, a court will likely step in and issue an injunction to prevent the bid from being awarded. Apparently, the bids that GPA wants to award to repair the generators in question is under protest and is delaying GPA from moving forward. In applying the rule of injurious reliance and equitable estoppel, the protesters spent money to prepare the award of GPA's bid, and passage of this bill would void the protest and allow GPA to proceed. This will create a cause of action for equitable estoppel. Also, the contracts clause can be applied in a similar manner, and the contracts clause reads, "No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of a tender, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligations of contracts, or grant any title of nobility." So I think this bill is more problematic, and I rise in not an objection of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. On the bill, is there anyone else who would like to be recognized? Senator Taitui, you're recognized.
Sujus Masi, Madam Speaker. I know that there are a lot of hardworking employees over at GPA, and I know they always get the bad end of the stick, especially a lot of times they don't want to be known as working at GPA because somebody is bound to, harp on them for load shedding and routing some of their appliances, etc. But I do know that this has almost become a habit at GPA. It seems like every time they don't get the person they want to have the contract for a particular RFP that goes out, then all of a sudden they create chaos and saying that this is something we really need, and we need to go to the legislature and convince everybody and hold hostage, the comments, not the comments, but hold hostage people of Guam by saying we're going to load shed. And nobody wants to see that happen. It's bad enough that sometimes they've been doing this without even notifying the public. And this causes a lot of issues because they can't prepare ahead of time, especially if those who are on medical, electronic medical apparatus to help them, like breathing machines, things like that, so they can prepare. And other medical facilities, things that they keep at home, facilities that provide this life-saving equipment that utilizes electricity. But it seems like every time they go through a procurement and it's not in their favor, they come to us and do this to us by crying wolf and saying, we're going to load shed if you don't pass this bill. Or we're going to raise the rates if you don't intervene and give this particular contractor the deal. Now, I'm looking through the committee report and trying to look at PUC's comments that are being made. And PUC has been put into place to oversee our utilities and to ensure that they're doing everything correctly by the process. They know they need generators. They know the time frame it takes to go through the procurement process. Are they doing that on time? Or they're just delaying and delaying so they can actually dictate what company gets the contract? Is PUC looking into that, ensuring that they're doing this correctly, that they don't have to come to the legislature because we have these procurement processes in place for a reason? I commend and look toward Senator Paris, who has actually taken the courses in procurement and studied procurement throughout her, actually this is her third term, and I look to her for guidance because she sure knows a whole lot more than I do. And even her comments being made that procurement is in there for a reason. The process is there for checks and balances and to ensure there are no shenanigans going on here. You got to remember, this is the people's money. And there should be transparency and accountability put in place, first and foremost. Not bypass, find a way, a loophole to bypass so that a particular company can get a contract, be awarded a contract. So I don't see anything in there from PUC. And I'm very, very concerned about how we're supposed to bypass this when the process was not completely followed. I mean, there's also an opportunity, Madam Speaker, for GPA to use the emergency procurement process too. Why haven't they done that? At least there's some mechanism in there to really have that accountability and transparency, even in the emergency procurement, that speeds up the process. Why haven't they utilized that? Because it's a lot easier to come here and say that we're going to load shed, threaten load shedding a lot more if we don't pass this bill. What's next? They're going to keep holding us hostage like this? Let's hope other agencies don't follow suit to get something through. So I have great reservations about this legislation and great reservations for GPA to continue to come down to this body to bypass the procurement process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Taitukwi. On the bill, is there anyone else? Senator Brown, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know, it's a question of getting their favorite contractor. I have no idea. But I have to tell you, and I did serve at a time as the oversight chair for both the Guam Waterworks Authority and the Guam Power Authority. And so, I understand the challenges they have. They have quite a big operation that they need to address. But I too have some reservation because, we created essentially the CCU to oversee the utilities and, as much as possible, depoliticize the operations of our utilities. And I understand we had COVID, and I understand their challenges. And, I remember a situation we went, Madam Speaker, to go see up there in Marbo with their contractor for the solar farm and the mess that created, and the players that were asleep at the wheel that created the situation that occurred that totally could have been avoided. And now, we understand who wants to go through load shedding. I mean, you're wondering which is the next appliance that's not going to work, that you're going to have to go out and buy, and, how many people are going to take the time to bother to claim, their refrigerator, their air conditioner, whatever the case may be, that's been damaged as a result of this. I mean, the Guam Power Authority right now, and I'm sure best efforts are being put forward, but they just don't look like they're in the best situation, how they're projecting this issue. And then somehow, the burden now becomes ours. I don't run the Guam Power Authority. I don't make decisions with what they do and how they do it. But somehow, as a legislator now, we're being told by the current oversight chair that we don't pass this legislation, then, we're the reason load shedding is happening. I don't mind taking the responsibility, Madam Speaker, when it's mine to take. When I'm in charge of an operation, then by all means, if I fail in my mission, then I'm to be held accountable. But as a legislator, our role is to pass policy. And this to say essentially that the Guam, gosh, I'm sorry, I have to read it all. I mean, we're essentially saying that we're waiving that GPA is hereby authorized to use such methods of source selection as it deems necessary, subject to the approval of the GPUC. That's nice. But now it becomes, all of a sudden now GPA brings this down to us and it's our problem. And that I think they just need to deal with. I mean, I appreciate the challenges. They're being affected with a new power plant. I think we're all looking forward to the construction being completed on that project. I did see the picture where the fuel tank was damaged, severely damaged, and it was just recently completed as a result of the typhoon. But you know what? These are the hits and misses we all deal with in running major operations in this government. Is the solution for every government agency that for whatever reason, if there's a challenge, they're going to come running to us and say, oh, can you waive this? Like DOE? Which to a degree we did because we said, oh my goodness, educating our children is a priority. We gotta, gosh, if we don't, we're gonna lose all this federal money because, the people managing the operation just ain't managing as well as we would like to see. But if this is what we're going to continue to do, GPA is a little bit, right now, literally, and I've been a supporter of GPA, as their oversight chair, they can't say I didn't make the time of day to spend with them and facilitate what they needed done for their operations. I was very supportive of them. But this is a little bit too much crybaby for me, even. Little too much crybaby, we can't do this, That's why you got, you're at the helm to make these decisions. And, I have hats off to John B. I give him credit for doing all the work that he's done, the work that he continues to do, and the fact that he's stayed on as long as he has. And I recognize that, these are operational challenges you have to deal with when you have such a huge physical infrastructure to address. But I don't think this is a comfortable solution for me at this juncture to say, no problem, I'm going to let you guys do whatever you got to do. I think there's still an opportunity for them to go through the process and address these challenges and get what they need in place while they're waiting for the new power plant to be completed. But, coming down here every time you turn around, it's like after a while, you just can't play this too often because then we're going to start raising our eyebrows and wondering why are you coming down here and making this our problem when we've given you the authorities to run the utilities? So in this particular case, I have reservation. Otherwise, I'm very supportive of GPA, but in this particular case, I'm not sure that I'm going to vote in favor of this bill because it's just a little bit too much at this point. So With that, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this bill.
Thank you, Senator. On the bill, is there anyone else who'd like to be recognized on the bill? Can we take a 1-minute recess? 1-minute recess. We're back from recess. On the bill, is there anyone who'd like to be recognized on the bill? Senator Barnett, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise in the caution. Anytime we start taking the guardrails off the procurement, I worry. And I believe there are existing channels that the Guam Power Authority can use to procure these generators. And I'm just not comfortable with the mentioning of the continued threat of the load shedding because I was looking over testimony in the public hearing for this bill, and I know that the good chairman had asked John Beneventi, the general manager of GPA, and I'll just go ahead and read from the transcript. My next question is, if I wave my magical chairman gavel and I'm able to get you all the legislation you need, how many months are we going to be living with this load shedding under best case scenario? To which the general manager, John Beneventi, replied, again, you're looking at, like I always mentioned, 6 to 9 months, which is around May. So it's just my opinion based on those facts, ma'am, that no matter what we do today, what we do tomorrow, we're still going to be dealing with the load shedding up until May. And I think that gives GPA enough time to kind of go through the existing channels. And that's how I feel about it today. Sidus Masi.
Sidus Masi. On the bill, is there any other senator who'd like to be recognized on the bill? If not, then the sponsor may close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am one who is known as critical against GPA and the CCU. In fact, I famously introduced legislation to disband the CCU. So let no one here be confused that I am carrying water or some big ally to GPA and the CCU. I am very critical of their work, and I think they have a lot of things that they could do better, a lot of things that they have failed at, and a lot of things that, boy, what were you guys thinking? But that being said, I will not let my criticisms of GPA get in the way of me offering them a helping hand when they said they need it. Now, I am not a technical expert. I'm not sure if what they're telling me is true, if this is as dire and as necessary as it's needed as they're saying. You know, maybe some of my colleagues are right to have apprehension. But at this point, at this juncture, I choose to approach GPA and the CCU in good faith. I'm going to push this legislation. I'm going to ask my colleagues to support this legislation because in this situation, I'm going to give GPA the benefit of the doubt that they're not trying to screw us, that they're just trying to do their job and they're trying to help prevent load shedding this summer. You know, maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm naive and GPA is just trying to play fancy games with us. But I'm going to look at them and see the best. I'm going to see that they are working in the best interest of the island and they're asking us of this in good faith. And I'm going to support this bill and ask my colleagues to support it as well. Hopefully, GPA can do something with that public trust and rebuild it, because I know it's been damaged. And for as much criticism as I have of them, I would like them to have that opportunity to earn that back. Because it does not serve the island for such a acrimonious relationship between the public and our public utilities. So I please ask my colleagues to support this bill. Like I said, I am not a technical expert. Maybe they need this, maybe they don't. But this is what GPA is asking for, and nothing in my communications with them has changed in that regard. They still say, up to 5 minutes ago, that they needed this bill. So I ask my colleagues to support this measure, and with that, Madam Speaker, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator. On the bill, is there any objection? I'm sorry, on the motion to place the bill 201-37 as amended by the committee onto the third reading, is there any objection? There's an objection. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion fails. All right, we're now on Bill number 98-37 COR. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to set aside that bill and move on to Resolution 234-37 LS.
On that motion, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce Resolution 234-37 LS, sponsored by myself, William A. Parkinson, Jesse A. Lujan, Dwayne T.D. San Nicolas, Joe S. San Augustine, Roy A.B. Kanata, and Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, relative to expressing the support of the people of Guam for the Republic of the Philippines' legitimate and historical claim to the West Philippine Sea, reaffirming the crucial role of international law and acknowledging the invaluable ties and common history between Guam and the Philippines. I would like to move it to the third reading and discuss it, ma'am.
Please proceed.
The West Philippine Sea is more than just a body of water. It is a symbol of the Philippines' identity, pride, and history. The Philippines' claim to the West Philippine Sea is grounded in the foundation as solid as the ancient rocks that form its islands and as clear as the water that surrounds them. It is a claim supported by historical evidence, validated by international law, and echoed by the ruling of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in 2016. This is not just a territorial dispute. It is a stand for what is right. Guam's support is not just a gesture of friendship. It is a testament to the shared values and the mutual respect that bind our communities. As the resolution says, the Republic of the Philippines, based on its historical records, archaeological evidence, and legal instruments, possesses enduring claims over territories and maritime zones within the West Philippine Sea, notably the Spratly Islands, Scarborough Shoal, and their adjacent waters. The United Nations Conventions on the Laws of the Seas, to which both the Republic of the Philippines and the United States of America are signatories, establishes the legal framework that delineates the rights and responsibilities of nations in their use of the world's oceans. And in 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, acknowledging the principles set down, ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, declaring that China's expansive 9-line claim over the South China Sea has no legal basis, and confirmed the Philippines' sovereign rights over its exclusive economic zone and continental shelf in the West Philippine Sea. We are concerned by the increasing environmental degradation in one of the world's most biodiverse marine ecosystems, where dredging and construction activities had led to the direct loss of over 3,000 acres of coral reefs, endangering species dependent on these habitats and affecting fishery resources. Dredging has increased water turbidity, threatening marine life by blocking sunlight, affecting photosynthesis in marine plants, and potentially harming fish larvae and other marine organisms. In this journey, let us remember that our fight is not one of aggression, but of assertion. Not of hostility, but of dignity. We seek not to create conflict, but to prevent it. We strive not for conquest, but for justice. And our aim is not to divide, but to unite under shared principles of fairness and respect for all nations. Let us move forward with hope, courage, and determination, and let us continue to build alliances and foster understanding. Let our voices be joined as a clarion call for justice and peace. Together we can turn the tide of history. Together we can ensure that the West Philippine Sea remains a sea of peace, cooperation, and prosperity for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues. And I ask everybody to please support this resolution in affirming the Philippines' claim to the West Philippine Sea. With that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. On resolution number 234-37, is there any other senator who would like to be recognized? If not, then sponsor may close on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As an American, as a Filipino, as a Guamanian, I'm very proud to introduce this resolution, and I thank all those who spoke in support of it. And with that, I yield the rest of my time. Let's get to it. I would like to add this to the third reading.
All right, so there's a motion to move resolution 234-37 to the third reading. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries. Senator Parkinson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce resolution number 207-37 COR as amended by the author, sponsored by William A. Parkinson, relative to recognizing coral reefs as essential infrastructure for the protection of the coast of Guam and its inherent relationship in the conservation of beaches and other elements of nature. I'd like to add it to the third reading and discuss.
All right, please proceed.
I introduce resolution 207-37 COR to designate coral reefs as essential infrastructure for the purpose of availing of federal funds for hazard mitigation. The resolution mirrors similar legislation from Puerto Rico, who also recently designated their coral reefs as essential infrastructure. Puerto Rico was recently awarded $3 million from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, under the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. This was the first allotment of a total of $38.6 million allotted to Puerto Rico to protect some 800 structures near Escambron, Condado, Ocean Park, and Puntas Las Marias in Puerto Rico. The grant program recognizes that coral reefs play a role in natural resilience to natural disasters. Studies from the University of California, Santa Cruz show that the depletion of coral reefs are expected to exacerbate flooding and threaten the coastal lines of the communities like Guam and other islands. Coral reefs, especially barrier reefs and fringing reefs, act as breakwaters, reducing wave energy by up to 97%. 97%. By absorbing this energy, reefs significantly decrease wave heights. As a result, the wave's erosive power is reduced, limiting potential damage to coastal regions. Regions with healthy reefs often witness significantly reduced damage costs during major storms. Beyond infrastructure, reefs protect fisheries, an essential source of food security. Designating coral reefs as essential infrastructure, vital in protecting our coastlines from surges and floods, we can avail ourselves of federal funds for resilient infrastructure like Puerto Rico already has for reef protection, restoration, and rehabilitation. I want to thank the Department of Agriculture for bringing this issue up to my attention and working together to bring more federal funds for coral reef preservation and protection to Guam. We recently passed Bill 54-37, which among other things would make destruction of coral reefs a felony. And together with this resolution, we are making strong headway in strengthening the protection and preservation of our reefs for today and for the future. So I ask my colleagues for the support, and with that, I yield the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. On the resolution, is there any senator who'd like to be recognized? Senator Blas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while I stand in support of Resolution 207-37, and I see the intent and the reasoning as to why the resolution is being proffered, I do suggest to the author, if he can, resolutions can be stricken. I think that it's best that we codify the designation as infrastructure. That way it has force and effect of, basically the force and effect of permanent law. I'm hoping that this resolution provides that recognition that is necessary to avail ourselves of the assistance under the Hazard Mitigation Program. You know, Madam Speaker, our reefs have been ravaged over the decades from recent storms and stuff, to the point where in many cases we've actually lost land mass because of the degradation of our coral reefs. And if these projects can in fact strengthen these reef areas, it could ensure that it mitigates any further loss of the land mass back into the ocean because of no reefs. So I applaud the effort of the author of this resolution in this, to be able to get this designated. However, I do suggest that we look at a way to be able to statutorily recognize this by codification into our code. So I stand in support of this, Madam Speaker, and appreciate and thank the author for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. On the resolution, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on the resolution? Senator Barnett, on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not necessarily going to speak on it, but I just wanted to read into the record some of the testimony that was received by Uncle Manny Duenas from the Fishermen's Co-op, and just some of the concerns that he had. And I'll go ahead and read them off. The concerns are for the record: they believe coral should be recognized as essential. However, they feel that this resolution will lead to an external, detrimental, and impacting issue. They also believe that the legislature has attempted to address actions damaging corals. We endorse the measure, the Fishermen's Co-op, but with reservations, which are the vessel size exemptions, proposed penalties, and also an issue that Mr. Duenas cites. The resolution doesn't add a regulatory burden for our people, but they feel that it furthers the federal government's regulatory takeover of coastal resources. And I just wanted to read those concerns into the record, ma'am. Si Dios Masi.
Si Dios Masi. On the resolution, is there any other senator who'd like to be recognized? If not, then the sponsor may close on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Senator Blas for mentioning maybe potentially codifying this resolution further in law. I absolutely agree with that, and I would be looking forward to introducing legislation to that effect. We have just done the resolution now because the resolution was the lowest barrier we had to clear, just so we could start getting the federal funding at least moving towards us. You know, the gears move slow, so this resolution will help start moving those gears. But I do intend to explore introducing this as a statutory change. But as the retiring Speaker Barnett had said, that there are some potential unforeseen issues there, and so that'll be something we'll have to hash out in the bill making process. But for now, I'd like to thank everyone that spoke out in support. I'd like to make a motion to add Senator Frank Blas as a co-sponsor. With that, Madam Chair, I yield the rest of my time.
On the motion to add Senator Blas as co-sponsor, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries. And on the motion to place the resolution 207-37 as amended by the author and further amended on the floor to the third reading, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries.
Got so 5, right? I got one more.
All right, so we're going to recess now until Friday at 2 p.m. Friday at 2 p.m. for voting. So please be prompt. Senator Fisher?
Thank you, ma'am. I guess this is in the nature of housekeeping. Have we then exhausted the second reading file?
No, we have not.
Will we continue with the second reading file after voting on Friday?
No. Well, it's up to you. All right, so maybe can I get a motion to... Can I get a motion?
Can I get a motion?
To recess until Friday at 2 and to proceed with third reading at that time.
So moved.
I'd like to make a motion to recess till Friday at 2.
Senator Fisher moved it. Thank you, Senator Fisher. On that motion, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, motion carries. So we recess until Friday, 2 p.m. Si Diyos masi, colleagues.